Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The steady, rhythmic scratch of my pen on the ledger page stopped. It did not taper off. It was not finished. It was simply severed, a sound cut with a blade, and the silence that rushed in to fill the void was thick and heavy, a physical substance in the air of the library. I held my breath without meaning to, the pen hovering an inch above the paper, a small, dark tear of ink welling at its nib. I listened. There was only the slow, patient breath of the house, the faint groan of an ancient timber settling deeper into its foundation, and the distant, indifferent patter of rain against the high windows. It was the silence of an interrupted noise that was the true disturbance, a sentence left unfinished in a conversation I had not known I was having. I had come to Blackwater House 3 weeks prior, a refugee from a life of quiet disappointments. The advertisement in the Boston Globe had been succinct, almost cryptic. Governor sought for 2 children at remote country estate. Patience and discretion paramount. Generous terms. The interview had been conducted not by the children's guardian, a Mr. Alastair Boston, but by his attorney in a smoke-choked office that smelled of old paper and older money. The children, Flora and Miles, were described as intelligent and sensitive. Their parents lost to a boating accident the previous autumn. The house, the attorney had said with a wave of his hand that seemed to dismiss the entire geography of northern Maine, was isolated. It was an understatement that now, in the deepening twilight of this particular silence, felt like a lie of monstrous proportions. Blackwater was not merely a house. It was a geological event, a sprawling, gabled monstrosity of dark granite and darker timber that crouched on a claw of land, thrust into the gray, churning waters of the Atlantic. The forest pressed in on it from behind, a wall of pine and spruce so dense it seemed to swallow the daylight whole. The air always carried the twin scents of salt spray and rot, a primordial perfume that seeped into your clothes, your hair, the very lining of your lungs. The children were, as promised, beautiful. Flora, aged 8, was a vision of porcelain perfection, with wide, cornflower blue eyes and a cascade of golden curls. She spoke in a soft, precise voice and had a habit of arranging her dolls into scenes of unnerving stillness. Miles, 10, was all sharp intelligence and old-fashioned manners, his gaze sometimes holding a weight that belonged to a man twice his age. They were impeccably behaved, almost to a fault. They never shouted, never ran, never left a toy out of place. Their obedience was a polished surface, and I sometimes felt I could see my own anxious reflection staring back from its depths, but never what lay beneath. The only other soul in the house was Carrie, the housekeeper, a woman of few words and a face carved from seasoned oak. She moved through the vast rooms with a quiet efficiency that seemed to absorb sound. She had been at Blackwater since before the children were born, a fact she offered without elaboration. Her loyalty was to the house itself, I suspected, and to the children by extension, but not necessarily to me. I was a transient figure, a piece of furniture that could walk and talk, and she treated me with a polite, unshakable distance. The first omen was not a sight, but a sound. I was reading to the children in the upstairs parlor, a cheerful fire crackling in the hearth, when I heard it. A low, wet cough coming from the far end of the hall, just outside the master bedroom that had been locked since my arrival. It was a sound that spoke of congested lungs, of a body struggling for air. I stopped reading. Flora looked up from her embroidery. "What is it, Miss Bridget?" "I thought I heard something," I said, my own voice sounding thin and reedy. Miles, didn't he look up from his book? "It's just the house," he said, his tone flat. "It makes noises, the wind in the chimneys." But there had been no wind. The evening was perfectly still, and it was not the sound of wind. It was the sound of a man, a sick man, trying to clear his throat of something thick and stubborn. I said nothing more, but a cold needle of dread had been threaded into my heart. The sightings began subtly. A flicker of movement at the periphery of my vision, a shadow that fell just a moment too long. I would turn, and there would be nothing but an empty corridor, or a still life of furniture draped in dust cloths. I started to feel watched, a sensation as palpable as a change in temperature. It was strongest near the old wing of the house. A section carry had politely but firmly instructed me was off limits, its doors barred by heavy crossbeams. The air there was colder, and it smelled different not of salt and pine, but of dust and dried petals, and something else, something metallic, like old coins on the tongue. One afternoon, while the children were taking their lessons, I ventured to the edge of the old wing. The hallway was a tunnel of shadows, the portraits on the walls rendered into gloomy, indistinct smudges. At the very end, outside a large oak door, I saw a figure. It was a woman, I thought, tall and gaunt, dressed in the black mourning clothes of a bygone era. She was not transparent, not some wispy specter from a storybook. She was solid, real, her back to me, her head tilted as if listening at the door. I stood frozen, my blood turned to ice water. Then, without turning, she spoke a single word, her voice a dry rustle like dead leaves skittering across stone. "Soon," she said. I stumbled back, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. When I dared to look again, the hallway was empty. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a waking dream born of isolation and the oppressive atmosphere of Blackwater. But the word echoed in my skull. Soon, I began to watch the children more closely. Their perfect behavior now seemed sinister. I saw the way Flora would sometimes pause in her play, her head cocked as if listening to a distant melody. I noticed how Miles' eyes would sometimes glaze over, his intelligent gaze turning vacant, as if someone else were looking out from behind them. I tried to question them, gently. "Flora, dear," I said one day as we walked in the walled garden, the sea a gray murmur beyond the stones. Do you ever feel lonely here? She looked at me with those preternaturally clear eyes. Oh no, Miss Bridget. We are never alone. What do you mean? The others are here, she said simply, picking a late-blooming rose. They keep us company. A chill unrelated to the ocean breeze passed through me. Others? What others? But she only smiled a small, secret smile and began to hum a tune I did not recognize. A mournful, dragging melody that sounded like a hymn played at half speed. My resolve hardened. They were trying to get to the children, these presences, these others. They were using the children for some purpose I could not fathom. I saw them more frequently now. The woman in black, whom I now thought of as the mourner, standing on the edge of the lawn at dusk. A man, stooped and pale, his face a blur of anguish, glimpsed through a rain-streaked window. They were not figments. They were as real as the granite of the house, inhabitants of a world that had bled into our own. My fear began to curdle into a fierce, protective fury. I would not let them have Flora and Miles. I confronted Carrie in the vast, echoing kitchen. I have seen them, I said, my voice trembling with a mixture of terror and conviction. She was kneading bread, her strong arms working the dough with a practiced rhythm. She did not look up. Seen who, miss? The people in this house. The ones who are not supposed to be here. The woman in black, the pale man. Her hands stilled for a moment, then resumed their work. This is an old house, she said, her tone infuriatingly calm. It holds memories. Sometimes, for those who are sensitive, those memories can seem vivid. They spoke to me. I insisted, the words sounding mad even to my own ears. Finally, she looked at me, and in her eyes I saw not disbelief, but a deep, weary pity that was far worse. The mind can play tricks when one is lonely. The silence here, it can get inside you. It can make you hear things. It is not in my mind. They are real, and they are a danger to the children. We must send for Mr. Boston. We must leave this place. At the mention of the guardian S name, a shadow crossed her face. Mr. Boston does not come to Blackwater. He manages the affairs from the city. He believes the country air is best for the children S constitution. Their constitution. I nearly shrieked. This place is poisoning them. Can you not feel it? Her expression closed like a door. My duty is to the house and to the children. I suggest you attend to your duties as well, Miss Bridget. Do not trouble yourself with fancies. I was alone in my knowledge, a solitary sentinel against an encroaching darkness. My grip on reality, once so firm, began to feel slippery. I stopped sleeping, spending the nights pacing my room or staring out the window at the restless sea. The lines between waking and dreaming blurred. I would find myself standing in a room with no memory of how I had gotten there. The faces of the portraits in the main hall seemed to shift when I looked away, their painted eyes following me with a glint of malevolent interest. The climax arrived on a night of howling wind and lashing rain. A storm had blown in from the Atlantic, and Blackwater House groaned and shuddered like a living beast in its throes. I was reading in the library, or trying to, the words swimming on the page, when I realized the house had fallen silent. The storm had not abated. I could still see the rain hammering the windows, but the sound had been extinguished, swallowed by a silence more profound than any I had ever known. It was the silence of the grave, a vacuum that pulled at the eardrums. And then I heard it, the low, wet cough. It was close, right outside the library door. I stood, the book falling from my numb fingers. The door creaked open. It was not the mourner. It was Miles. But it was not Miles. His face was pale and slack, his eyes wide and unseeing. In his hand, he held a large iron key I had never seen before, the key to the old wing. "Miles," I whispered. He did not look at me. He walked past as if I were another piece of furniture, his movements stiff, puppet-like. I followed him into the grand hall. Flora was there, standing at the foot of the staircase, her small face serene and empty. Together, they began to climb the stairs toward the barred entrance to the old wing. "No," I cried, rushing after them. "Miles, Flora, stop." They did not acknowledge me. As Miles approached the heavy beam barring the door, it began to slide back of its own accord, with a grating sound of stone on stone that set my teeth on edge. He fitted the key into the lock. It turned with a loud, final clunk. The door swung inward, revealing not a dark corridor, but a blinding, sickly green light. A wave of foul air washed over me, the smell of the sea and the grave, of rotting flowers and open wounds. And within that light I saw them, the mourner, the pale man, and behind them a shifting crowd of other forms, all reaching out, their faces etched with a desperate, hungry longing. The children were walking toward the light, toward the waiting figures. This was not a haunting. It was a transaction, a ritual. The children were the vessels, the doorways, and they were being called home. I threw myself forward, grabbing Flora around the waist. She was cold, so cold. "Let them go, Miss Bridget." The voice was Miles S., but the timbre was ancient, layered with 1,000 whispers. "They have been promised. It is time." "No," I screamed, my voice tearing my throat. I clung to Flora, trying to pull her back from the threshold. The green light pulsed, and I saw the figures within it solidify, their eyes fixing on me with a hatred that was as old as the ocean floor. The pale man lunged forward, his hand, cold and damp as a fish, closing around my arm. The shock of the touch was a bolt of pure negation, a void that sucked all warmth and life from me. I fought, but I was no match for that cold. My vision tunneled. The last thing I saw was Flora's face turning back to look at me, not with fear, but with a placid, pitying acceptance. And then there was only the cold and the dark. I awoke in my own bed. Sunlight, weak and diluted, streamed through the window. The storm was over. For a moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare, a fever dream born of the storm and my own unraveling mind. body ached with a deep, bone-weary cold, and on my arm, where the pale man had grabbed me, was a bruise the color of a 3-day-old corpse, a perfect imprint of 5 skeletal fingers. I stumbled from my room. The house was quiet, normal. The beam was back in place across the door to the old wing. There was no sign of forced entry, no trace of the green light. I found Carrie in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Her face was grim. "The children are asking for you," she said, not meeting my eyes. I found them in the morning room, sitting perfectly poised at the table. Flora looked up and gave me her sweetest smile. "Good morning, Miss Bridget. Did you sleep well?" The ordinariness of it was the most terrifying thing of all. I searched their faces for any sign of what had happened, for any crack in their perfect composure. There was nothing. It was as if the previous night had been erased, but something had changed. A subtle shift in the atmosphere of the house. The silence was no longer empty, it was full. It was a watchful silence, a satisfied silence. The children were still there, but the essence of them, the light behind their eyes, seemed dimmer, shared. They were now truly never alone. I lasted another week. I tried to resume our lessons, our walks, but every moment was an agony of suspense. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the facade to crack again. But it never did. The haunting was over. It had been completed. I penned a letter of resignation to Mr. Boston, citing personal reasons. I gave no notice. I simply packed my bags one morning and walked down the long, winding drive without looking back. Carrie did not try to stop me. She stood at the door, a silhouette against the dark mouth of the house, her expression unreadable. The children did not come to say goodbye. I thought distance would be a cure. I took a small room in a busy town, surrounded by the noise of life. But the silence of Blackwater had followed me. It was inside me now, a core of absolute cold around which the rest of my life buzzed like a meaningless insect. I had failed. I had not protected them. I had been a witness to a horror so profound it had no name, and I had been found wanting. Years later, a small package arrived with no return address. Inside, wrapped in faded velvet, was a photograph. It was of Flora and Miles, taken on the lawn at Blackwater. They were older, teenagers now, their beauty even more striking. But their eyes were the eyes of the figures in the green light, ancient, knowing, and utterly empty. And tucked into the corner of the frame was a single, withered black rose. There was no note. None was needed. It was a message, a receipt. And now, in the perpetual twilight of my own small, safe life, there is only one object that holds any meaning for me. It sits on my bedside table, a small, cold, and heavy truth. The iron key. I do not know how it came to be among my possessions. I must have taken it from Miles S. hand in that final, frantic moment at the threshold. It is cold to the touch always. It smells of salt and dust and dried petals. Sometimes, in the deep of the night, I press its teeth into the palm of my hand until I bleed, and I think I can hear, from a distance greater than space, the sound of the sea, and a low, wet cough, and the turning of a lock that should never have been opened. The key is all that remains. The key and the terrible, absolute knowledge of what it unlocks. The key became my secret companion, my burden, and my proof. In the daylight hours, I could almost convince myself it was just a piece of old metal, a morbid souvenir. But at night, its presence was a physical weight in the room, a lodestone pulling at the edges of reality. I began to have a recurring dream. I am standing before the oak door in the old wing. The key is in my hand, warm now, almost pulsing. I slide it into the lock, but just as I turn it, I wake, my heart pounding, the taste of salt and decay thick in my mouth. I tried to rid myself of it. Once, I took a train to a distant city, walked to a bridge over a wide, muddy river, and drew my arm back to hurl the key into the water. But my fingers would not unclench. A coldness, identical to the touch of the pale man, seized my wrist. It was not a memory. It was a warning. The key was mine now. I was part of its story, and it would not let me go. My life narrowed to the space around that key. I took a job as a clerk in a quiet shop, a position that required little thought and less conversation. I avoided relationships, fearing the moment I would have to explain the chill that clung to me, or the way I sometimes started at a sound no one else could hear. I was a ghost in my own life, haunted by a house I had fled. Then the letters began. They were typed on heavy, expensive paper, the postmark from a city hundreds of miles away. The first one contained only a single sentence. "They are asking after you." There was no signature. I tore it up, my hands shaking. A week later, another arrived. "The door requires a keeper." I showed them to no one. Who would believe me? They would see a lonely, unstable woman clutching at scraps of paper. I moved to a different town, leaving no forwarding address. It made no difference. The letters found me. The third one was different. It was a clipping from a society page, yellowed with age. It showed a photograph of a severe-looking woman in a high-collared black dress. The caption read, "Alina Blackwater, circa 1890. It was the mourner. The accompanying article noted her tragic death from a prolonged respiratory illness and the subsequent mysterious decline of the Blackwater line. Paper-clipped to the clipping was a fresh, typed note. "The family requires an heir. The house requires a heart." The final letter came on a day of bright, cheerful sunshine that felt like a personal insult. This time, there was a return address, a law firm in Boston. The name was Boston and Associates. My blood ran cold. It was from the Guardian, the elusive Mr. Boston. The letter inside was brief and formal, but its words burned. "Dear Miss Bridget, in accordance with the last will and testament of Miles Blackwater, you are named as a principal beneficiary. His sister, Flora, predeceased him. There are conditions to the bequest, which require your presence at Blackwater House at your earliest convenience to discuss with the executor. Yours sincerely, Arthur Boston Esq., predeceased him. The words echoed in the silent room. Flora was gone. Miles was gone. They had never truly been children, not in the way I understood, but the finality of it struck me with a profound and complicated grief. And I was a beneficiary. It was a trap, of course. A lure cast back into the world by the house itself, or by the things that inhabited it. They were not finished with me. For a week, I did nothing. I left the letter on my table, watching it as one might watch a venomous spider. I knew I should burn it, forget it, move on again. But the key on my nightstand seemed to hum in its presence. The silence in my small room began to change. It was no longer the empty silence of my own isolation, but the watchful, full silence of Blackwater. It was calling me back. I realized, with a clarity that was both terrifying and peaceful, that I had no choice. My flight had been an illusion. I had never truly escaped. The cold in my bones, the key in my possession, the letters, they were all threads tying me to that claw of land, to that door. My failure was not in leaving, but in believing that leaving was possible. I wrote a brief reply to Mr. Boston. I would come. I packed a single bag. I did not know what I would find or what was expected of me. I only knew that the story was not over. The key had chosen me for a reason. Perhaps I was to be the next keeper. Perhaps I was to be the next vessel. As the train carried me north, the landscapes growing wilder and more familiar, I held the key in my pocket. Its cold was no longer shocking. It felt like my own. I was going back to Blackwater. I was going home. The journey was a reversal of my flight. Each mile a stitch sewing me back into a tapestry I had torn myself from. The bustling towns gave way to lonely villages, and then to the vast, wind-scoured moors. The sky, which had been a bland, urban gray, now boiled with towering clouds. I recognized the station long before the train shuddered to a halt. It was even smaller and more decrepit than I remembered, a solitary outpost against the encroaching wilderness. A motor car was waiting, a black, boxy vehicle that seemed from another era. The driver was a man I did not recognize, a gaunt individual who merely touched his cap and stowed my bag without a word. He did not meet my eyes. We drove in a silence that was broken only by the groan of the engine and the whistle of the wind. The sea appeared on the horizon, a sheet of hammered lead, and then the road curved, and there it was, Blackwater House. It had not changed. It never would. It sat upon the cliff, a stark silhouette against the churning sky, its windows like sightless eyes. It did not look abandoned. It looked patient. As we drew closer, I saw that the grounds were not entirely unkempt. The worst of the weeds had been cleared, a path swept. Someone was in residence. The motor car stopped before the great door. The driver unloaded my bag, set it on the steps, and without a word, got back in and drove away. I was left alone in the wind, the sound of the engine fading, replaced by the relentless crash of waves on the rocks below. I looked up at the house. The door opened before I could reach for the knocker. It was not Carrie. It was a man I presumed to be Arthur Boston. He was younger than I had expected, perhaps perhaps in his late 40s, with a sharp, intelligent face and eyes that held no warmth. He was dressed impeccably in a dark suit. "Miss Bridget," he said, his voice crisp and devoid of welcome. "I am Arthur Boston. Please come in." The hall was exactly as I remembered, a cavern of dark wood and cold stone. But it was different. The air was still and heavy, no longer whispering with unseen movements. It was the silence of a held breath. A fire crackled in the great fireplace, doing little to dispel the deep-seated chill. "I trust your journey was tolerable," Boston said, leading me not to the kitchen or a sitting room, but toward the library. "It was," I said. My own voice sounded small and thin. He opened the library door and gestured for me to enter. The room was tidy, the books dusted. On the large desk lay a neat stack of papers. This was his territory now. He took a seat behind the desk, steepling his fingers. I remained standing. "The children," I said. It was the only thing that mattered. "Miles passed last winter," he said, his tone clinical. "A sudden fever. Flora had gone the autumn before. A failure of the heart, the doctor said." He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something in his eyes, not grief, but a deep, calculating curiosity. They were never robust. I knew this was a lie, a convenient story for the outside world. They had not died of illness. They had been reclaimed. The transaction had been completed. "Why am I here, Mr. Boston? What could they possibly have left me?" He opened a drawer and withdrew a single sheet of parchment, heavy with a red wax seal. "The will is simple. The estate itself is entailed, passing to a distant cousin who wants nothing to do with the place. The monetary assets were modest, but Miles was very specific. He left you the contents of the old wing. The blood drained from my face. I felt the key in my coat pocket, a shard of ice against my leg. The old wing is barred. It has been for decades." "Not anymore," Boston said quietly. "The workmen cleared the entrance last week, at Miles's instruction, to be carried out upon his death." He stood, taking a large, old-fashioned key from his pocket, the twin to my own, but this one was for the exterior door. He was most insistent that you see it, that you understand. He led me out of the library and across the grand hall to the foot of the stairs. The heavy beam was gone. The oak door to the old wing stood ajar. A cold draft seeped from the crack, carrying the faint, familiar scent of salt and decay. "I will wait here," Boston said, handing me the key. His face was a mask, but I saw the faint tremor in his hand. He was afraid. I did not need his key. I pulled my own from my pocket. It felt alive in my hand, humming with a cold energy. I pushed the door open. The corridor beyond was dark, but not with the blackness of neglect. It was a gloom that seemed to swallow the light from the hall. I stepped inside, and the door swung shut behind me with a soft, definitive click. I was not afraid. The terror I had felt years ago had been burned away, replaced by a grim resolve. I walked forward. The air grew colder with each step. Doors lined the hallway, all closed. At the end was a final door, slightly ajar. A greenish light flickered from within. I pushed it open. It was not a room of horror. It was a nursery. A child's room frozen in time. A small bed with a faded quilt, a wooden rocking horse, a bookshelf filled with picture books, and on the walls, drawings, dozens of them sketched in charcoal and crayon. They were not the drawings of children. They were maps. Maps of the house. Maps of the cliffs. Diagrams of complex, spiraling patterns. And in the center of the room, on a small table, sat a music box. I knew what I would hear before I lifted the lid. The mournful, dragging melody began to play. The same tune Flora had hummed in the garden. As it played, the green light in the room pulsed, and I saw them. They were not the vengeful specters of my memory. They were faint, shimmering outlines. A woman, the mourner, Alina Blackwater, not standing in judgment, but kneeling, her hands outstretched in a gesture of pleading. The pale man was beside her, his face not anguished, but sad. And behind them, other forms, all looking at me not with hatred, but with a desperate, weary hope. They were not invaders. They were prisoners. The house was not their fortress, it was their cage. And the children had not been victims to be possessed, but conduits. A way to maintain the barrier, to keep whatever was in this wing contained. My intervention at the door had not saved the children. It had disrupted a delicate balance. Flora and Miles had spent their lives holding the door shut, and I, in my ignorance, had almost broken it open. The music box slowed and stopped. The figures faded. I was alone in the silent nursery. I understood now. The bequest was not a gift. It was a passing of the burden. Miles had held the line as long as he could. Flora had fallen first. And now, he had passed the key to the only other person who knew the truth, who had been touched by the cold of this place. The house did not require a heart. It required a warden. I heard a soft cough behind me. I turned. Arthur Boston stood in the doorway, his face ashen. My family has been the legal custodian of this place for generations, he whispered. We thought it was a story, a superstition. It is not, I said, my voice steady. The key was heavy in my hand, its purpose clear. What do we do? He asked. And for the first time, he sounded like a lost boy. I looked around the nursery, at the maps on the walls, at the empty little bed. I walked to the music box and closed its lid. The silence that followed was absolute. We ensure the door remains locked, I said. We take up the watch. I led the way out of the room, out of the old wing, and closed the oak door behind me. I did not need to bar it. The key was enough. I turned to Boston. You will leave now. You will handle the legalities from a distance. You will never speak of this. He nodded, eager to be gone, to return to a world where such things were not possible. And you? He asked from the front door, his bag already in his hand. I did not answer. I was already walking back into the depths of the house, toward the kitchen to put the kettle on. The wind had picked up outside, moaning around the eaves, but inside, the silence was different. It was my silence now. I was the keeper of the door. I was the silence at the heart of Blackwater, and I would not be leaving again. The first few days were a study in the house's new rhythms. I found Carrie's old room stripped bare, her presence erased as if she had never been. The kitchen held a meager supply of tinned goods and tea, left by Boston. I did not venture into the old wing again. There was no need. Its presence was a constant pressure against my mind, a cold spot in the house's center that I could feel from any room. The key stayed in my pocket, a familiar weight. I took up residence in the small morning room that faced the sea. Its windows were less grimed than the others, and the weak light offered a view of the relentless gray waves. I found a ledger in the desk, its pages filled with a tight, precise script I recognized as Miles S. It was not a diary of events, but a log. Dates, times, observations. October 12th. Crescendo at 3:17 a.m. Lasted 7 minutes. The chill extended to the main stair. November 3rd. Flora reported seeing the mourner on the landing. Barrier held. It was a record of a siege. My heart ached for the boy, for the terrible responsibility he had shouldered. My own vigil began that night. I sat in the hall, wrapped in a blanket, and listened. The house was never silent. There were the normal sounds, the groan of timber, the sigh of the wind. But beneath that was something else, a low hum, like a wire stretched to breaking point. Around 2 a.m, it began. A faint, phosphorescent green light bled from under the oak door. A soft, wet coughing echoed from within, followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. I held the key in my fist, its cold a grounding force. I did not pray. I simply focused on my own breathing, on the solidity of the floor beneath me, on the fact that I was here, present, and holding the line. After an hour, the sounds receded and the light faded. A week passed. Then a soft knock at the front door broke the monotony. It was a boy from the village, holding a parcel of groceries. He looked terrified, shoving the box into my hands and retreating quickly to a cart waiting at the end of the drive. Boston was keeping his word. The supplies included a note, brief and impersonal. All is in order. Require nothing further. It was a dismissal, and I was glad of it. Life became a ritual. I walked the perimeter of the house each day, checking the windows, feeling the stones. The house was settling around me, accepting my presence. The oppressive dread I had felt as a governess was gone, replaced by a grim partnership. I was not a guest here. I was a component, like a stone in the foundation. One afternoon, sorting through a cupboard in the library, I found a small, leather-bound book tucked behind a set of dull sermons. It was a journal, older than Miles S. ledger, the handwriting a flowing, feminine script. The first entry was dated 1888. Eleanor Blackwater. My hands trembled as I opened it. I have made a terrible bargain, the first page began. He was so cold, my little James. The doctor said it was a congestion of the lungs, that there was no hope. But there is always hope for a price. A man came to the door, a gentleman from the city, he said. He offered a trade, a life for a life, a soul to anchor the one that was slipping away. He spoke of a door, a threshold, a way to keep death at bay. I was mad with grief. I agreed. I read on, my tea growing cold beside me. She wrote of the ritual, of the pale man, a vagrant, paid, and then forgotten, being brought to the old wing. She wrote of the lock turning, of the green light, of her son's fever breaking the very next morning. And then she wrote of the consequences, the chill that never left the house, the figures that walked the halls, the terrible understanding that her son's life was now tied to the thing behind the door. We are the keepers now, she wrote in a final, shaky entry. The barrier must hold. If it fails, it will not be death that comes for us, but something far worse. Something that should never have been invited in. I closed the book. So it began with a mother's love, a desperate act that had cursed generations. The children were not the first currency. They were the ongoing payment. Flora and Miles had been born into this duty, and I had been drafted. That night, the activity from the old wing was stronger. The dragging sound was louder, more insistent. The green light pulsed in a steady rhythm, like a sickly heartbeat. I stood before the oak door, the key pressed against my forehead. I could feel a pressure from the other side, a blind, hungry intelligence testing the lock. It knew the keeper had changed. It was probing for weakness. "Be still," I whispered, my voice raw in the vast hall. The pressure ceased. The light dimmed. For a moment, there was only the sound of the sea. And then, clear as a bell, a child's voice spoke from the other side of the door. It was Flora's voice, sweet and light. "Miss Bridget, I am lonely. One tea you let me out to play." A cold sweat broke out on my skin. It was a trick, a mimicry. I thought of the drawing on the wall, the one of me. They had been studying me, learning me, even then. "No," I said, the word of vow. "You will not play with me." There was a soft, mocking laugh, and then silence. I slid down to the floor, my back against the cold wood, and stayed there until dawn. I knew then that my task was not merely to keep the door locked. It was to withstand the whispers, the illusions, the psychological siege that would surely come. The house had its new heart, and it would spend every moment trying to break it. The days began to blend into a gray procession, marked only by the rising and setting of the bleak sun over the water. My existence narrowed to the essentials: eating, sleeping, and the watch. I grew accustomed to the perpetual chill, to the way my breath misted in the hall, even on days when the sea was calm. The key was my constant companion, its cold a familiar touchstone against the creeping numbness. I started adding to Miles's ledger. My entries were less precise, more visceral. March 22nd. Attempted mimicry at 2:04 a.m. Voice of the child. Resisted. March 28th. Prolonged silence from the wing. More unnerving than the sounds. The act of writing felt like building a bulwark of my own, a record of my resilience against the formless pressure. One evening, as I was reading a leaner-esque journal by the meager fire, I heard a new sound. Not from the old wing, but from upstairs. A faint, rhythmic creaking. I knew it instantly. The sound of the rocking horse in the nursery. My nursery, the one I had shared with Flora. I sat perfectly still, the journal cold in my lap. It was an invitation, a lure to a part of the house that held potent memories. To go would be to play its game. To ignore it might be to show fear. I chose a third path. I went to the foot of the main staircase and called up into the darkness. I hear you, but I will not come. The creaking stopped abruptly. A wave of cold air washed down the stairs, extinguishing my candle. In the sudden blackness, I felt a presence standing on the landing above. I could not see it, but I could feel its regard, a focused attention that was both curious and hostile. I stood my ground, refusing to retreat to the kitchen, until the feeling passed and the house as usual. Diffuse cold returned. I had won that round, but the cost was a new, sharp awareness that the entity was not confined to the old wing. Its influence was spreading, testing the boundaries of its prison with my mind as the new perimeter. The next parcel from the village contained a surprise. Along with the usual tins and tea was a letter, addressed to me in a flowing hand I did not recognize. The postmark was from London. With trembling fingers, I opened it. It was from an old acquaintance, a woman I had known before Blackwater, a lifetime ago. She had heard, through the opaque channels of society, that I was back at the house. She wrote of trivialities, of parties and gossip. And then, almost as an afterthought, she mentioned a man who had been asking after me. A historian, she said, interested in old families, in properties with unusual histories. A Mr. James Sterling. The letter felt like a message from another planet. The mundane world still spun on, utterly oblivious to the silent war being waged in this lonely house. The name, James Sterling, meant nothing to me, but it sparked a deep, instinctual dread. An outsider asking questions was a danger I had not anticipated. The house would not tolerate an intrusion. That night, the assault began in earnest. It started with whispers, not from the door, but from the very walls of the hall where I kept my vigil. They were layered, fragmented voices, some pleading, some threatening. I caught snippets of my own name, of Flora's songs, of the Latin phrases Miles used to mutter in his sleep. Then the temperature plummeted. The green light under the door flared so brightly, it illuminated the entire hall, casting long, dancing shadows. The oak door began to rattle in its frame, not from wind, but from a series of heavy, deliberate impacts. I pressed my back against the door, the key held tight in both hands. I could feel the wood vibrating against my spine. This was not a test. This was an attempt to break through. The thing inside had sensed my moment of distraction, my connection to the outside world, and it was seizing the opportunity. A long crack appeared in the wood panel next to my head. "Be still," I shouted, pouring all my will into the command. The The impact ceased. The light died. The whispers faded into a ringing silence. I slumped against the door, exhausted. The crack in the wood was real, a dark, jagged line. I had held, but the barrier had been weakened. As I sat there in the aftermath, a new sound reached me, so faint I thought it was my imagination. It was the sound of the sea, but not the crashing waves below the cliff. It was the gentle, lapping sound of water on a shore, and it was coming from under the door. I looked down. A dark stain was seeping from the crack between the door and the stone floor. It was not water. It was thick and black, and it smelled of the deep, stagnant places of the earth. It was a physical manifestation, a new and terrifying escalation. The house was not just trying to frighten me. It was trying to bleed into my world. I did not scream. The sound would have been swallowed by the house anyway, a pointless expenditure of energy. Instead, I acted. I scrambled to the kitchen, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, and returned with a stack of old towels and a bucket. I shoved the towels against the base of the door, watching as the black liquid soaked into the coarse fabric. The smell was overwhelming, a reek of rotten seaweed and something metallic, like old blood. The seepage slowed, then stopped, as if the house had expended that particular effort. I cleaned the mess with a detached, clinical efficiency, my mind racing. This changed everything. The rules of the siege were evolving. It was no longer a battle of wills fought in the realm of sound and shadow. The barrier was becoming permeable. The following day was a blur of heightened vigilance. I avoided the front of the house, the site of the breach, and instead patrolled the other ground floor rooms, feeling the walls for any new dampness, listening for the telltale lap of water. I found nothing. The house was deceptively calm, the silence a taunt. That afternoon, I forced myself to return to the library and a leaner journal. I needed to understand the nature of the thing I was containing. I skimmed past her initial guilt and terror, looking for details of the ritual itself, for a name, a description of the gentleman from the city. The entries became more fragmented, the script deteriorating into near-illegible scrawls. He calls it the tenant, one passage read. It has no form of its own. It wears what it consumes. It feeds on silence, on solitude, on the space between heartbeats. Another entry later was a single, desperate sentence. It showed me James, but it was not James. Its eyes were deep water. A tenant, a being that occupied a space, paying its rent in perverted miracles. A leaner had let it in to save her son, and it had taken root in the very stones of the old wing, using the family's grief and love as its sustenance. The children, Flora and Miles, had been its anchors to this world, their vitality a counterweight to its essential emptiness. My intervention had removed one anchor. Miles's death had removed the other. Now it was hungry, and I was the only thing left to feed on. As dusk fell, I took my usual place in the hall, but I did not sit. I stood facing the oak door, the key in my hand. The air was preternaturally still. I waited. The green light did not come. the whispers did not start. There was only the profound, waiting silence. Then a new sound began. It was music, but not from the music box. It was a piano playing a faint, sweet, and terribly familiar waltz from the drawing room. A piece my mother had loved. A memory from before any of this, from a time of warmth and light. The melody was perfect, achingly so. It was a weapon crafted from my own past. I knew it was an illusion. The drawing room piano had been out of tune for decades. Its strings snapped. Yet the music persisted, pulling at a thread of longing deep inside me. It promised comfort, a reprieve from the cold and the fear. All I had to do was turn away from the door. I closed my eyes, focusing on the cold weight of the key, on the solid stone beneath my feet. "You cannot have that," I whispered to the silence. "It is mine." The music faltered, then shifted. The sweet waltz twisted into a dissonant, dragging version of itself, the notes slurring together like a thing in pain. Then it stopped. When I opened my eyes, the door was there, silent and imposing. But I saw that the crack in the wood had grown longer, and from within the crack, a single, wet, black pebble rested on the floor, as if pushed through from the other side. It was a piece of the sea cliff, a piece of the house itself. The tenant was not just trying to get out. It was reminding me that it was already in the foundations. It was the house, and I was living inside it. The pebble was a message more terrifying than any whisper. It meant the division between the prison and the world was a fiction I had been comforting myself with. The barrier was not just the oak door, it was my own mind, and the tenant was an expert at picking its locks. I left the pebble where it lay. To touch, it felt like an acknowledgement I was not ready to make. My patrols became more frantic. I found dampness in the corner of the library, a dark patch on the ceiling of the morning room that had not been there before. The house was weeping its essence slowly into itself. I kept the fire going constantly now, not for warmth, but for the light and the sound, a defiant crackle against the encroaching silence. Sleep became impossible. I would doze in the chair by the fire, only to be jolted awake by the sensation of cold fingers brushing my neck, or the sound of my name spoken directly into my ear. I took to carrying the ledger with me, writing by candlelight at all hours. My entries grew more desperate. April 10th. Found a dead starling on the kitchen sill. Its eyes were gone. April 12th. The smell of the sea is inside the house now, not just at the door. One afternoon, exhausted from another sleepless night, I was in the kitchen when I heard a distinct and solid knock at the front door. It was not the wind. It was too purposeful. My blood ran cold. The boy from the village was not due for another week. I crept into the hall, staying clear of the black stain still visible on the stones by the oak door. Through the frosted glass of the front door, I saw the blurred shape of a man, a stranger. My mind raced to the letter, to the historian, Mr. James Sterling. This was the danger I had feared. An intrusion. The house would react. I had to send him away. I unlocked the door and opened it just a crack, the chains still fastened. The man standing on the step was indeed a stranger. He was tall, wrapped in a heavy coat against the chill, with a kind, scholarly face etched with lines of curiosity. "Miss Williams?" he asked, his voice pleasant and alarmingly normal. "My name is James Sterling. I apologize for the intrusion. I'm researching the Blackwater family and was hoping I might ask you a few questions." I could feel the house around me, listening, tightening like a fist. The air in the hall grew noticeably colder, flowing out past me towards the visitor. "There is nothing to discuss," I said, my voice hoarse from disuse. "You need to leave. Now." His smile faltered, but his curiosity only seemed to deepen. He glanced past me into the dim hall. "I understand the family's history is complex, but I assure you, my intentions are purely academic. Perhaps if I could just come in for a moment. The weather is turning quite foul. It was a mistake, a fatal one." As he said the word "in," a low moan echoed from deep within the house, a sound of such profound despair that it froze the blood in my veins. Mr. Sterling heard it too. His eyes widened, not with fear, but with a dreadful fascination. "What was that?" he breathed, taking a half step forward. "Get back," I shouted, but it was too late. The oak door at the end of the hall shuddered violently. A single, thunderous bang that shook the entire foundation. The green light flared, not just under the door, but from the crack in its face, painting the hall in a sickly, pulsating glow. Mr. Sterling's face went slack with terror. He stumbled back from the doorstep, his academic interest utterly extinguished. The front door slammed shut of its own accord, the lock clicking firmly into place. I was thrown back against the wall. Through the glass, I saw Mr. Sterling turn and run down the drive, his coat flapping behind him, not looking back. Silence descended again, heavier than before. I slid down the wall to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. The house had defended itself. It had shown a fraction of its power to an outsider to ensure its solitude, and it had used me as the bait. I knew then that Mr. Sterling would not be the last. The tenant had tasted that fear, that fresh energy. It would crave more. My isolation was its strength, but it was also a cage. It would now work to make sure that cage was never opened, that no one ever came near enough to offer me help or hope. I was truly alone, and the house was making sure I would stay that way. Story 2. The silence in the house on Hemlock Lane was not a peaceful one. It was a thick, syrupy substance that filled the rooms, heavy and deliberate, a presence in itself. It was the kind of silence that felt less like an absence of sound and more like a held breath, awaiting. Helena stood at the kitchen sink, her hands submerged in water gone tepid, and she listened to it. She could hear the frantic thrum of her own blood in her ears, a frantic little drum against the oppressive quiet. It was a silence that had a texture rough like unsanded wood, and a taste metallic and cold on the tongue. This was the third day of the silence, and it was worse than the screaming that had come before. Upstairs, in the room that had once been painted the color of summer sky, her daughter Arabella was the source and the vessel of this new, terrible calm. She was 9 years old, a wisp of a thing with hair the color of wheat and eyes that had once been the warm brown of rich soil. Now they were something else. They were the flat, dark gray of a winter sea before a storm. Change had been a subtle erosion, not a sudden fracture. It began with small things, omens that Helena, in her busyness as a mother and a wife, whose husband was always away on business, had rationalized away. There was the incident with the sparrows. Helena had found Arabella in the backyard, standing perfectly still as a dozen small birds lay in a perfect circle around her feet, their necks broken. Arabella had looked up, her expression serene, and said they were too loud. They chattered and chattered. Helena had told herself it was a coincidence, a strange act of nature, though the precision of the circle haunted her. Then came the drawings. Arabella, who had always drawn suns and smiling cats, began to fill sketchbooks with intricate, spiraling patterns that made Helena's eyes water if she looked too long. They were geometries that felt wrong, angles that defied Euclidean space, populated by figures that were little more than suggestions of limbs and watchful eyes. She drew them with a frantic, obsessive energy, her small hand moving with an unnatural speed and certainty. The silence arrived after the man showed up. Helena had seen him only once, from the kitchen window. A tall, gaunt figure in a dark, old-fashioned coat, standing at the very edge of the property line, where the manicured lawn gave way to the wild woods. He had no discernible features at a distance, just a pale smudge for a face. But she felt his attention like a physical weight, a cold spot in the center of her back. When she blinked, he was gone. That night, Arabella had been sitting on her bed, staring at the wall. Helena had asked her what was wrong. Arabella turned her head, and the placid, empty look in her eyes was more terrifying than any tantrum. "He is teaching me the quiet," she said, her voice a monotone, devoid of its childhood lilt. The real quiet that was here before the world was loud. From that moment, Arabella stopped speaking in her own voice. The screams came later, raw, guttural sounds that seemed to tear their way out of her slight frame, sounds that no child should have been capable of making. They were punctuated by a language that was all glottal stops and sibilant hisses, words that clawed at the air. The house reacted. Lights flickered with a brittle, angry energy. The plumbing groaned and shuddered. A deep cold would settle in Arabella's room, a cold that no furnace could touch, a cold that smelled of damp earth and something older, like stone and stars. Science, as represented by a procession of baffled doctors, had nothing to offer. There were scans and tests, diagnoses of atypical psychosis, prescriptions for medications that Arabella would not swallow, or if forced, would vomit back up in a black, tarry substance. One young neurologist, his confidence shaken, had taken Helena aside. "Mrs. Miller, there are electrical anomalies in her room that I can explain. It S, as if a localized EMP is emanating from your daughter. Medically, that S impossible. It was the priest from St. Bartholomew S, a weary man named Father Dale, who finally gave a name to the impossible. He came to the house not as a cleric, but as a family friend, bringing a casserole that went untouched. He stood in the doorway of Arabella's room, watching her. She was on the floor, not drawing, but simply tracing one finger over the wooden boards in a complex, ceaseless pattern. The air was frigid. Helena saw the veteran priest's face lose its composed kindness. A deep, weary horror settled in its place. "It is not a sickness, Helena," he said later, his voice low over cups of tea that had gone cold. "Not in any way that medicine can understand. What you have in this house, it is an infestation, a presence. I've seen it before, a long time ago, in another country." He did not want to do it. He spoke of the toll, the danger, the profound spiritual violence of a rite of exorcism. He spoke of his own doubts, not in God, but in his own strength to face such a thing again. But Helena's desperation was a tangible force in the quiet kitchen. He agreed on the condition that he would not do it alone. He needed an assistant, someone with strength and faith. He sent for Father Avery. Avery was young, his faith still bright and untarnished, a blade that had never been tested in battle. He arrived with a determined set to his jaw, and a Bible clutched in his hand like a shield. He saw a sick child and a distraught mother. He saw a senior priest succumbing to superstition. But then he met Arabella. Helena led them upstairs. The silence on the second floor was even heavier, a dense fog that resisted their passage. Father Avery pushed open the door to her room. Arabella was sitting on the bed, her back to them. She was perfectly still. The room was freezing. "Arabella," Father Avery said, his voice too loud, too human in the unnatural quiet. Slowly, her head rotated on her neck. It was a movement devoid of life, a mechanical pivot that went too far, until she was looking at them over her own shoulder. Her face was a placid mask, but her eyes were ancient and full of a malicious intelligence. "Little priest," the thing in Arabella said. Its voice was a dry rasp, the sound of stones grinding together. It was a chorus of whispers, layered over one another. "You still believe your words have power. How quaint. Your faith is a candle flame. We are the wind." Father Avery took a step back, his face pale. He fumbled with his Bible, his lips moving in a silent prayer. Father Dale stepped forward, his own weariness replaced by a grim resolve. "We know what you are. You are not welcome here. This child is not for you." Arabella's body unfolded from the bed with a series of sharp, cracking sounds. She stood, her posture a grotesque parody of an adult's confidence. "Welcome. We were here before your kind learned to crawl. This place, this junction, it has always been thin. We are merely coming home. The girl is a door, and we have opened her." The battle for Arabella's soul turned the house on Hemlock Lane into a charnel ground of the spirit. The formal ritual began on a Tuesday in the girl's bedroom, which had been stripped of everything but a simple bed. The two priests, one old and scarred, one young and terrified, stood facing the child who was no longer a child. Helena was forced to wait downstairs, her hands clenched until the nails bit half-moons into her palms. The sounds that drifted down were not of this world. They were the guttural, ancient language spewing from Arabella's mouth, words that curdled the air. They were Father Dale's voice, steady and implacable, reciting the Latin rites with the force of a hammer on an anvil. They were Father Avery's voice, rising in panic, then finding a desperate strength. There were physical sounds, too, the sound of furniture splintering, of a body being thrown against a wall with impossible force, of windows rattling in their frames as if a great wind sought to tear the house apart. The house itself seemed to bleed darkness. Shadows pooled in the corners of the living room, thickening and twisting into shapes that hinted at limbs and grasping hands. The smell changed from cold earth to the stench of ozone and rotting meat. Helena prayed, not to a God she felt had abandoned them, but to the memory of her daughter's laugh, to the scent of her hair after a bath, to the small, warm weight of her sleeping body. Upstairs, the struggle was reaching its climax. Father Avery was on his knees, vomiting, his faith shattered by the sheer, tangible reality of the evil that mocked them. Father Dale stood his ground, his stole askew, his face sheened with sweat despite the cold. He held a crucifix before him, and the thing wearing Arabella's face recoiled, hissing, "She is ours." It shrieked, the sound tearing at the fabric of the air. "We have tasted her light. We will snuff it out. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit," Dale roared, his voice cracking with strain. "I command you to leave this creature of God." Arabella's body contorted, arching backwards, until it seemed her spine must snap. She levitated a foot above the bed, suspended in the grip of an invisible force. A torrent of black, viscous fluid erupted from her mouth, spraying the wall where it sizzled and smoked. The voices coming from her multiplied, a cacophony of hatred and despair that shook the very foundations of the house. And then a single, clear voice cut through the chaos. A small, terrified whimper. "Mommy." It was Arabella, her own voice. In that instant, Father Dale saw his chance. He poured every last ounce of his will, his doubt, his pain, his flickering faith into the ancient words. He spoke of light and of love and of a kingdom not of this world. He commanded the darkness to be gone. There was a sound like a thunderclap contained within the room. A flash of light that was not light, but a sudden, absolute absence of dark. The windows blew outwards, scattering glass like diamonds across the lawn. The oppressive weight in the house vanished, leaving a vacuum that hurt the ears. Silence descended again. But this time, it was different. It was the fragile, exhausted silence after a storm. It was the sound of absence, true absence. Helena rushed up the stairs and found a scene of devastation. Father Avery was unconscious in a corner, breathing shallowly. Father Dale was slumped against a wall, his face gray with exhaustion, but his eyes were clear. And on the bed, curled into a ball, was Arabella. She was sleeping, her chest rising and falling in a normal rhythm. Her face was peaceful, the face of a 9-year-old girl. The malevolent intelligence was gone. The days that followed were a slow, careful reconstruction. Father Avery left, his vocation forever altered, his eyes holding a distant, haunted look. Father Dale visited often, his presence a quiet, steadying force. He warned Helena that there could be aftershocks, moments of fear, but he believed the entity had been cast out. The house on Hemlock Lane was just a house again, filled with the ordinary sounds of life. The silence was finally just silence. Arabella was herself again. She laughed. She ate her meals. She drew pictures of suns and smiling cats. She did not remember anything of the ordeal, a mercy for which Helena thanked God every hour. They never spoke of the man in the dark coat, or the silence, or the things that had spoken through her. It became a bad dream, receding into the past. Weeks turned into a month. The broken window was replaced. The scars on the walls were painted over. Life, in its stubborn, beautiful way, continued. It was on a Tuesday afternoon, much like the one when the ritual had begun, that Helena found herself simply watching her daughter. Arabella was in the backyard, sitting on the grass in a patch of sunlight. She was perfectly still, her head tilted as if listening to something. A small, serene smile played on her lips. The day was warm, the air sweet with the smell of cut grass. Helena felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. She walked to the back door and opened it, stepping onto the porch. Arabella did not turn. Bella, Helena called softly. The girl slowly turned her head. Her eyes were her own, warm and brown. "Yes, Mommy. What are you doing, sweetheart?" Arabella's smile widened, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. There was a placid, knowing quality to it that Helena had seen before, in the worst of times. "I am listening to the quiet," Arabella said, her voice light and airy. "It's so much bigger now. It's not just in the house anymore. It's everywhere." Helena's blood turned to ice. She wanted to scream, to run to her daughter, to shake her. But she did none of these things. She simply stood on the porch, her hand resting on the wooden railing. She looked past Arabella to the edge of the property, where the manicured lawn met the wild woods. There was nothing there, just the deep, green shadows of the trees. Then she saw it. A single, perfect circle of fallen leaves, right at the tree line. They were arranged with an impossible precision, a flawless ring. And for the briefest of moments, the air within the circle seemed to shimmer, not with heat, but with a profound and ancient cold. Arabella turned back to face the woods, her serene smile unchanged. She lifted one hand and traced a small, intricate pattern in the air. Helena did not move. She did not cry out. She simply stood there on the porch of her home and watched. She understood now that the battle had not been won. It had only been the first skirmish in a war that was far, far larger than her daughter, her home, or her God. The presence was not gone. It had merely retreated, biding its time, and it had left a part of itself behind. A quiet little seed nestled deep within Arabella, waiting for the world to grow loud enough that it would need to teach everyone the silence again. She accepted this not with a scream, but with a terrible, crushing quiet of her own. She remained there, still and silent, observing the inexplicable detail of the perfect circle of leaves, and the small, smiling girl who was now its keeper. Helena's breath caught in her throat, a sharp, painful stitch. The world around her, the chirping birds, the distant hum of a lawnmower seemed to warp and fade, becoming a thin veneer over a deeper, more absolute reality. The circle of leaves was a puncture, a hole in the fabric of everything she knew. Arabella continued to trace her pattern in the air, her movements fluid and certain. Each pass of her small finger left a faint, shimmering trail in the sunlight, a line of cold light that lingered for a second before fading. It was the same pattern from the drawings, the one that hurt to look at. Bella, Helena said again, her voice a dry rustle. Come inside. It is time for a snack. The command was automatic, a mother-s reflex, a desperate attempt to impose normalcy on the impossible. For a long moment, Arabella gave no indication she had heard. Then, her hand stilled. She lowered it to her lap and slowly turned her head. The placid smile was still there, a mask glued into place. I am not hungry, Mommy, she said. Her voice was still Arabella-s, but the cadence was wrong. It was measured, thoughtful, like an adult choosing their words with care. The quiet feeds me. Helena's legs felt weak. She gripped the porch railing tighter, the rough wood biting into her palm. She had to get her away from that circle. She forced her feet to move, stepping off the porch and onto the grass. Each step was an effort, as if the air had become thick as water. As she approached, Arabella watched her, her head tilted. There was no fear in her eyes, only a mild curiosity, as if observing a peculiar insect. What are you drawing, sweetie? Helena asked, her voice trembling despite her effort to control it. It has a key, Arabella replied simply. The man showed me. He says there are lots of doors. They've been closed for a long, long time, but they're getting easier to open. Helena's heart hammered against her ribs. She was within arm's reach now. She could see the individual blades of grass, the tiny freckles across her daughter's nose. The familiarity of her face, superimposed over this alien consciousness, was the most horrifying thing she had ever witnessed. There is no man, Bella, Helena whispered, kneeling down, her knees sinking into the damp earth. She reached out a hand, wanting to touch her, to feel the warmth of her skin, and prove she was still there. That was a bad dream, remember. It's all over now. Arabella's smile didn't waver. She looked directly into Helena's eyes, and for a fleeting second, the warm brown seemed to cloud over, becoming the flat, stormy gray from before. You still think it has something that comes and goes, she said, not with malice, but with a tone of pity. It doesn't work like that. It's like learning to read. Once you see the words, you can ever unsee them. I can see the words of the world now, Mommy, and they race so very loud. She turned her gaze back toward the woods, toward the perfect circle. He's waiting for me to get stronger. Then we can make everything quiet. Forever. A surge of primal protectiveness broke through Helena's paralysis. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms around her daughter, pulling her small body tightly against her chest. She expected a struggle, a scream, a force to throw her back. But Arabella was limp. She did not return the embrace, but she did not resist. She simply rested her head on Helena's shoulder, her body cool and unnaturally still. I love you, Bella, Helena choked out, tears finally streaming down her face. I love you so much. I won't let anything happen to you. Arabella sighed, a soft, weary sound that was far too old for her. Love is a very loud word, she murmured into Helena's neck. It makes the quiet difficult to hear. Helena held her there, rocking back and forth on the grass, as the sun began to dip below the trees. The circle of leaves remained, a dark omen on the edge of their world. She knew then that Father Dale's ritual had not been a failure, but it had been incomplete. It had slammed the door shut, but the lock was broken. And her daughter now held the key. She held her child, this vessel of an ancient, encroaching silence. And she understood that her new war was not one of shouts and Latin prayers, but of whispers. A war fought in the quiet moments, a desperate attempt to remind a little girl of the beautiful, terrible noise of being alive. She did not let go until the last sliver of sun vanished and the evening chill crept into the air. Arabella remained pliant, a doll in her arms. Finally, Helena stood, her muscles stiff and aching, and carried her inside. The house felt different now. The silence within its walls was no longer empty, it was watchful. She made dinner, the clatter of pots and pans a defiant noise against the hush. Arabella ate a few bites of macaroni and cheese, her movements slow and deliberate. She did not speak again. After her bath, she put on her pajamas and climbed into bed without being asked. Helena read her a story, a bright, silly tale about a talking train. Arabella listened, her eyes fixed on the illustrations, but she did not laugh at the funny parts. When Helena finished, she kissed her daughter's forehead. Good night, my love. Arabella's eyes shifted from the book to Helena's face. The man says good night, too, she whispered. A cold fist closed around Helena's heart. She forced a smile. There is no man, remember. It's just us. He's in the corners, Arabella said, her voice drowsy. Where the shadows are thick. He's always there now. He says not to be afraid. The quiet is a friend. Helena turned off the light and fled to the kitchen. She poured a glass of water with shaking hands, the sound of the tap roaring in the stillness. She knew she should call Father Dale. But what would she say? That the evil was back. It was worse than that. It had never left. It had simply gone dormant, weaving itself into the very fabric of her daughter's soul. An exorcism required a foreign entity to expel. What did you do when the darkness had become part of the host? The next morning, Arabella was herself again. She chattered about a cartoon she wanted to watch. She spilled orange juice on the table and giggled. The incident in the yard seemed like another bad dream. Helena watched her, a constant, low hum of terror beneath her skin. She saw the way Arabella would sometimes pause, her head cocked as if listening to a distant sound. She saw the way her eyes would sometimes lose their focus, gazing at nothing with that serene, knowing expression. Days bled into a week. Helena became a detective of the ordinary, searching for cracks in the facade. She found one on Thursday when she went to wake Arabella from a nap. The child was sitting up in bed, not sleeping. On the wall beside her, she had used a single finger to trace the same complex pattern into the condensation on the window pane. The design was perfect, impossibly intricate for a 9-year-old. Another crack appeared on Saturday. They were at the grocery store. A display of canned goods collapsed with a deafening crash. Everyone in the aisle jumped, clutching their chests. Everyone except Arabella. She simply stared at the scattered cans, a faint smile on her lips. So noisy, she had murmured. Helena's strategy became one of relentless noise. She played music constantly, filled the house with the chatter of the television, took Arabella to busy parks and loud playgrounds. She talked incessantly, filling every possible silence with stories and songs and questions. She was trying to drown out the quiet, to make the world too loud for the thing inside her daughter to hear its call. At first, it seemed to work. Arabella would engage, she would laugh and play. But Helena began to notice a price. The more stimulation she provided, the more exhausted Arabella became. She would retreat into long, catatonic silences afterwards, her energy spent. It was as if she was using all her strength to pretend to be normal, and the cost of that performance was paid in the currency of her own spirit. One evening, after a particularly busy day at the zoo, Arabella was sitting at the kitchen table, coloring. Helena was washing dishes, the radio playing a cheerful pop song. Suddenly, the radio sputtered. The music distorted into a screech of static, and then cut out entirely. The only sound was the running water. Helena turned off the tap. The silence was immediate and heavy. She turned around. Arabella was looking at the dead radio, her head tilted. She wasn't surprised. She looked satisfied. "It's better now," she said softly. Helena walked over to the radio and fiddled with the dials. It was dead. No power, light, nothing. She unplugged it and plugged it back in. Nothing. The batteries must have died, Helena said, her voice too bright. Arabella shook her head, her eyes still fixed on the radio. "No, I asked it to be quiet, and it listened." She looked up at Helena, and for the first time since the exorcism, Helena saw a flicker of the ancient intelligence, not as a hostile force, but as a simple statement of fact. The child was not being controlled. She was learning to control the noise herself. She was learning to speak the language of the silence, and she was proving to be a very quick study. Helena realized with a fresh wave of despair that her battle of noise was not weakening the presence within Arabella. It was only teaching it how to win. The following Monday, Helena called Father Dale. She did not tell him everything over the phone, only that she was worried, that there were signs. He arrived within the hour, his kind face etched with a new, permanent weariness. He found Helena in the living room, while Arabella was upstairs in her room. Helena spoke in a low, frantic whisper, recounting the circle of leaves, the patterns on the window, the radio. She told him about the man in the corners. Father Dale listened patiently, his hands folded in his lap, but she saw the doubt in his eyes. He saw a grieving mother, a woman traumatized by an unimaginable event, seeing monsters in every shadow. Helena, he said gently, what we faced it was a powerful infestation, but the rite was successful. The church has protocols for this. The entity was cast out. What you ray describing now, it could be trauma. Arabella's mind protecting itself, and yours, it is not trauma. Helena insisted, her voice cracking. She made the radio die, just by wanting it to. Coincidence, Dale said, though his tone was less certain. A power surge. These things happen. Frustration boiled over into desperation. Then talk to her yourself. Please, just see her. He agreed. They went upstairs. Arabella was on the floor of her room, building a tower of wooden blocks. She looked up as they entered, and her face broke into a genuine, sunny smile. Father Dale. She was the picture of a happy, healthy child. She chattered to him about her tower, about school, about a movie she wanted to see. She was vibrant and alive. Helena watched, her hope crumbling into confusion. Was she going mad? Was this all in her head? Father Dale engaged her warmly, but Helena saw the careful scrutiny in his gaze. He was looking for a sign, any sign. He saw none. After 10 minutes, he patted Arabella's head and said he had to go. At the door, he gave Helena a sympathetic look. She seems well, Helena, truly. The mind is a resilient thing, but it needs time to heal. You both do. Try to rest. Have faith. Helena nodded numbly, watching him walk to his car. Faith. She had none left. Only a cold, certain dread. She closed the door and leaned against it, closing her eyes. From upstairs, she heard a sound. A soft, rhythmic tapping. She climbed the stairs slowly, each step heavier than the last. She stood in the doorway of Arabella's room. The little girl was back on the floor, her back to the door. The cheerful, chaotic block tower was gone. In its place was a new construction. The blocks were arranged in a perfect, concentric circle, and in the center of that circle, Arabella had placed her favorite stuffed rabbit. It lay on its side, as if sleeping. Arabella was tapping a single red block against a bare floorboard. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was measured, patient, like a signal. Helena must have made a sound, a gasp or a shuffle, because the tapping stopped. Arabella did not turn around. "He liked the priest," she said, her voice clear and calm. "He says the priest has a very interesting silence inside him. A noisy silence. He wants to taste it." Helena slid down the doorframe, landing on the floor with a soft thud. She had no more fight left. The enemy was not a demon to be cast out. It was a teacher, and her daughter was its prize pupil. She was no longer a battlefield, she was a classroom. And the lesson for today was how to make a cage. Helena stared at the circle of blocks, at the rabbit lying so still in the center. The geometry of it was flawless, a mockery of a child's play. The tapping had been a punctuation, a final period at the end of a sentence she couldn't understand. Arabella finally turned. Her expression was not the placid mask or the ancient gaze. It was a look of quiet concern, the kind a child might have for a parent who was upset. "Mommy, are you okay?" The question was so normal, so innocent, that it was more disorienting than anything that had come before. Helena could only manage a weak nod. She pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around them, trying to make herself small. "I am just tired, baby," she whispered. Arabella considered this. She looked from Helena to the circle of blocks and back again. A small frown creased her forehead. "The quiet can help you rest," she said, her tone helpful, instructive. "It's like a blanket. A heavy blanket that makes all the buzzing stop." Helena closed her eyes. A heavy blanket. That's exactly what it felt like. A smothering weight of acceptance. How do you fight something that offers peace as its weapon? How do you argue against silence when the world is so painfully loud? She heard the soft rustle of Arabella moving. A moment later, a small, cool hand touched her cheek. Helena flinched, her eyes snapping open. Arabella was kneeling in front of her, her face close. Her brown eyes were deep, and in their depths, Helena saw not a monster, but a terrible, pitying love. "Don't be sad," Arabella whispered. "It's easier if you don't fight it. He says fighting is the loudest thing of all." Helena reached up and covered her daughter's hand with her own. The skin was warm, alive. This was her child. This was Bella. The thing, the presence, the quiet, it wasn't a separate entity she could rip out. It was a new layer of her daughter's consciousness, a lens through which she now saw the universe. To destroy, it would be to destroy Arabella. "I am not fighting, Bella," Helena said, and the words were true. The fight had gone out of her on the porch, and now only a hollowed-out weariness remained. "I am just listening." A genuine smile, bright and relieved, spread across Arabella's face. It was the most beautiful and the most horrifying thing Helena had ever seen. "Good," Arabella said, patting her cheek. "That's good. ULLC." She stood up and skipped back to her circle of blocks. With a casual sweep of her hand, she knocked them over. The perfect geometry vanished into a random pile of wood. She picked up the stuffed rabbit and hugged it. "I am hungry," she announced, her voice once again that of a normal 9-year-old. "Can we have pancakes for dinner?" Life took on a new, surreal rhythm. Helena stopped trying to fill the silence. She let the house be quiet. She watched Arabella, not with the frantic anxiety of a detective, but with the passive observation of a naturalist studying a new species. She saw the patterns emerge. After periods of high energy and noise a playdate, a trip to the mall Arabella would need to recharge. She would sit for an hour, perfectly still, staring at a wall or a patch of sky. Helena learned not to interrupt these moments. If she did, Arabella would become irritable, her head would ache, and the air around her would grow cold. The quiet was no longer an enemy at the gate. It was a tenant in their home. Helena learned its habits. She noticed that digital clocks flickered and died when Arabella was near. The television would sometimes mute itself for a few seconds during her quiet times. The world was slowly, subtly, being edited around her daughter, the volume being turned down one notch at a time. Weeks turned into a month. One afternoon, Helena was gardening in the front yard while Arabella played nearby. A neighbor, Mr. Peterson, was mowing his lawn. The roar of his machine was an assault on the peaceful afternoon. Helena saw Arabella look up from the dandelion chain she was making. She watched the mower, a slight frown on her face. She didn't trace a pattern or say a word. She simply looked. The mower coughed. Once, twice. Then the engine sputtered and died. Mr. Peterson cursed, fiddling with the controls. He pulled the starter cord again and again, but the engine refused to turn over. Arabella turned back to her dandelions, her frown smoothing into a serene smile. She held up the chain. "Look, Mommy. A crown for the quiet." Helena looked from her daughter's innocent face to the frustrated man wrestling with his silent machine. A profound understanding settled over her, colder than fear. This was not a war to be won with shouts or prayers. It was an accommodation, a negotiation. Her role was no longer to save her daughter from the quiet. It was to survive it, to find a way to live beside it, to love the girl who commanded it, and to hope that somewhere, beneath the heavy blanket of silence, the noisy, beautiful child she had borne was still breathing. She forced a smile onto her face. "It has a beautiful crown, sweetheart," she said. Her voice was steady. It did not tremble. It was the first lie she had ever told her daughter that felt like a prayer. Helena took the dandelion crown. The stems were cool and slightly damp from Arabella's hands. She placed it on her own head, the yellow flowers a stark contrast to the dread settling in her stomach. Arabella watched her, her expression unreadable. "Does it feel quieter now?" Arabella asked. Yes, Helena lied again, the word ash in her mouth. Much quieter. That night, Helena lay awake long after Arabella had fallen asleep. The house was a vault of silence, but it was no longer empty. It was full of Arabella's influence, a presence that pressed down on her like deep water. She thought about running, packing a bag, taking the car, and driving as far as the gas would take them. But she knew, with a certainty that was absolute, that it would not matter. The quiet was not in the house. It was in her daughter. They would carry it with them. A bubble of stillness moving through the noisy world. The next day, she tried a different approach. Instead of fighting the quiet or surrendering to it, she tried to enter it. She sat with Arabella during one of her still moments. They were on the back porch, watching the wind stir the leaves of the oak tree. Helena, didn't he speak? Didn't he turn on music? Didn't he fidget? She simply sat and breathed, matching her rhythm to Arabella's slow, even breaths. For a long time, nothing happened. Then, Arabella's small hand crept into hers. It was not a gesture of affection, but of recognition, a shared understanding. The silence between them shifted. It was no longer a wall, it was a room, and they were both inside it. Helena felt a strange peace, a numbing of the sharp edges of her fear. It was seductive. This was what the quiet offered, an end to the struggle. But then she looked at her daughter's profile, at the way the sunlight seemed to avoid the deep pools of her eyes, and a spark of her old defiance flared. This was not peace. This was capitulation. She was being slowly anesthetized. She gently squeezed Arabella's hand. "I love you, Bella," she whispered, breaking the silence with the loudest word she knew. Arabella's head turned slowly. Her eyes focused on Helena, and for a fleeting second, Helena saw a flicker of the little girl who was afraid of thunder, who loved strawberry ice cream, who needed a nightlight. It was there, and gone so quickly she might have imagined it. "I know, Mommy," Arabella said. Her voice was soft, but it held a new tone, a hint of sorrow. But love needs a place to land, and all the places are getting full. Helena, didn't he understand the meaning of the words, but the feeling behind them was clear. It was a warning. She was running out of time. The quiet was not just spreading around them, it was consolidating, claiming territory within Arabella that had once been filled with the messy, glorious noise of childhood. Later, while washing the lunch dishes, Helena dropped a plate. It shattered on the tile floor with an explosive crash. She cried out, more from the shock of the sound than from the loss of the plate. Arabella came running into the kitchen, her eyes wide. But it wasn't tea with alarm. It was with a kind of hungry curiosity. She stared at the jagged white pieces scattered across the floor. "It's broken," she said, not with sadness, but with finality. "Yes," Helena said, reaching for the broom. "It's just a plate. It doesn't matter. Everything that breaks matters," Arabella corrected her softly. She knelt down, not to help, but to look closer. She pointed to the tiniest shard, glittering near the leg of the table. "That piece will never be part of the plate again. It will always be alone now. It's quieter that way." Helena froze, the broom in her hand. She looked at the fragments, and she saw herself. She saw Arabella. They were the broken pieces, and the quiet was the space between them, growing wider every day, ensuring they would never fit together again. She began to sweep, the scratch of the bristles the only sound in a kitchen that felt more and more like a tomb. The scratch of the broom was an obscene noise in the hushed room. Helena worked mechanically, gathering the shards, each clink against the dustpan, a small, defiant protest. Arabella watched, her head tilted, as if listening to a distant, fading echo. When Helena was done, she straightened up, the bag of broken ceramic heavy in her hand. Arabella's gaze was fixed on the empty space where the plate had shattered. "It's better now," she murmured. "The sharp noise is gone. Only the memory is left, and memories are quiet." Helena did not reply. She walked to the trash can and dropped the bag inside. The dull thud was swallowed by the stillness. She felt a desperate need to hear something real, something untainted. She went to the back door and opened it, stepping onto the porch. The suburban afternoon was alive with sound: a dog barking, a car door slamming, the drone of an airplane. It was a symphony of normalcy. Arabella followed her out. She stood beside Helena, not looking at the neighborhood, but up at the sky. She closed her eyes, a faint smile touching her lips. Helena watched her, and she saw it happen. The barking dog yelped once and fell silent. The car door sound was cut short, as if someone had closed it in a vacuum. The drone of the airplane faded, not into the distance, but into nothingness. An unnatural hush fell over the street. It was deeper than mere quiet. It was an absence, a void where sound had been erased. The leaves on the trees did not rustle. No bird sang. Arabella opened her eyes and looked at Helena. "There," she said. "Now we can hear the real music." Helena strained her ears. At first, there was nothing. Then she began to perceive it, a low, almost subaudible hum, a vibration that seemed to come from the earth itself. It was not a sound heard with the ears, but felt in the bones. It was ancient and cold, and it held a terrible, logical order. This was the silence Arabella served. It wasn't an emptiness. It was a presence, a thing with its own resonance, and it was tuning the world to its frequency. A figure moved at the edge of the yard. Helena's heart lurched. It was the man from the corners, no longer a smudge of shadow, but sharply defined in the gray afternoon light. He was tall and thin, dressed in clothes that seemed both old and new. His face was pale and smooth, devoid of lines or expression. He did not walk. He seemed to simply be closer now, standing at the property line, watching them. Arabella turned and smiled at him, a gesture of welcome. She raised her hand in a small, graceful wave. Helena's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to scream, to grab her daughter and run, but her feet were rooted to the porch. The hum was growing stronger, a pressure in her skull that promised a headache or revelation. The man did not wave back. He simply stood, a sentinel for the quiet. Then he lifted one long, pale finger and pointed, not at Arabella, but at Helena. His meaning was clear. She was the discordant note. She was the last piece of noise. Arabella looked from the man back to her mother, and her smile softened into something that looked like regret. "He says you try too hard to listen with your ears," she explained, her voice a gentle whisper that carried perfectly in the dead air. "You have to listen with the quiet inside you. But yours is so small, and it is fighting." The hum intensified, becoming a physical force. Helena felt a popping sensation in her ears, and then a profound emptiness. She could see Arabella's lips moving, but she could hear nothing. Not the whisper, not the hum, not the blood pounding in her own veins. The world had been muted. She was trapped in a glass jar. Arabella reached out and took her hand. The touch was warm, a stark contrast to the cold dread freezing Helena's limbs. Her daughter's lips formed words she could no longer hear. Helena, an expert in her daughter's expressions by now, read them on her face. "It's okay, Mommy. I'll teach you." Helena allowed herself to be led back into the house. The silence was absolute. Her own movements felt clumsy and loud, a brutal disturbance in the perfect stillness, even though she could not hear them. Arabella moved with a new grace, her steps making no impact on the air. She guided Helena to the living room sofa and gently pushed her to sit down. Kneeling on the floor in front of her, Arabella looked up with those deep, knowing eyes. She placed her small hands on Helena's knees. Her mouth moved again, shaping slow, deliberate words. Helena focused, reading the familiar shapes. "Don't be afraid. The fear is a noise. Let it go." Helena tried to speak, to form the word how, but her voice was gone. Not hoarse, not a whisper, but simply absent, as if the part of her that created sound had been surgically removed. A fresh wave of panic, silent, and therefore somehow more terrifying, rose in her chest. Arabella seemed to understand. She shook her head slowly, a look of mild disappointment on her face. She tapped a finger against her own temple, then pointed at Helena's chest. The message was clear. The struggle was internal. The battle was now over the landscape of her own mind. For hours, or perhaps it was only minutes, time had lost its rhythm. Without sound to mark it, Helena sat there. Arabella remained patiently at her feet, a serene guardian. Helena tried to follow the instruction. She tried to quiet the frantic screaming inside her head, to let go of the fear. But the harder she tried, the louder the internal cacophony became. Memories of Bella's laughter, the sound of her own mother's voice, the simple comfort of a song on the radio, they all clamored in the soundless prison of her skull. She looked past Arabella through the window. The world outside was frozen. A bird was suspended midair near the feeder. A leaf, halfway through its fall, hung motionless. Mr. Peterson was a statue beside his silent lawnmower. The quiet was not just an absence of sound, it was a stasis. It was stopping time itself. Helena's gaze fell on the bookshelf across the room. There, tucked between larger volumes, was a small, worn photo album. It was filled with pictures from a beach vacation 2 years ago. In her mind, she could hear the crash of the waves, the shrieks of a gleeful Arabella being chased by the surf, the rumble of her own laughter. A single, hot tear traced a path down her cheek. It was a sensation she could still feel. It was a noise of a different kind, a signal from a body that refused to be completely silenced. Arabella saw the tear. Her expression shifted from patience to something akin to curiosity. She reached up and caught the tear on her fingertip, studying the drop of saline as if it were a rare specimen. She looked at Helena, and for the first time, Helena saw a crack in the serene facade. There was a flicker of confusion in her daughter's eyes. The quiet, it seemed, had no answer for a tear. Arabella brought her fingertip to her lips, tasting the salt. Her brow furrowed slightly. She looked at the frozen world outside, then back at Helena's stricken face. Her small hands formed a word, a simple, desperate question that hung in the air between them. Why? Helena stared at the word shaped by her daughter's hands. Why? It was the most human of questions, the very engine of noise and curiosity. It was a question the quiet should not have allowed. A fragile, desperate hope sparked within her. She had no voice to answer. Instead, she acted. She stood up, her limbs feeling heavy and alien. She walked to the bookshelf, each step a monumental effort in the frozen air. She pulled out the photo album and returned to the sofa, the weight of the book a comforting anchor. She opened it on her lap, pointing to a picture of a beaming, sandy-faced Arabella clutching a starfish. She looked from the photo to her daughter, then pointed to her own chest, where the ache of love was a physical pain. She mimed the sound of laughter, though nothing came out. She pointed to the tear still drying on her cheek, then back to the photo. She was trying to build a bridge, using the only materials she had left, memory and gesture. Arabella leaned forward, her gaze fixed on the photograph. She touched the image of her own past face, a faint line appearing between her eyebrows. The confusion in her eyes deepened. She turned the page. Another photo. Helena and Arabella building a sandcastle, their faces alight with shared concentration and joy. A low sound, like a distant wind sighing through a crack, reached Helena. It wasn't he heard with her ears, but felt in the core of her being. The absolute silence had been breached. She watched as, outside the window, the hanging leaf twitched and continued its fall to the ground. The bird vanished from its frozen state. Arabella looked up from the album, her eyes wide and suddenly vulnerable. The serene mask was gone, replaced by a child's dawning distress. "It's loud," she whispered, and this time Helena heard it. The voice was thin and strained, as if pushed through a thick barrier. The tall man at the edge of the yard was no longer sharply defined. He flickered, like a faulty image on a screen. The oppressive hum receded, replaced by the tentative return of real-world sounds, the faint buzz of electricity. The creak of the house settling. "He doesn't like it," Arabella said, her voice trembling. She clutched her head. "The pictures are too loud. They have feeling." Helena reached out and gathered her daughter into her arms. Arabella's small body was rigid at first. Then she collapsed against her mother, sobbing. They were ragged, choking sobs, full of a confusion that was beautifully, terribly human. The quiet was breaking, and the process was painful. "I remember," Arabella cried into Helena's shoulder. "I remember the sun was hot, and the water was cold, and you promised we could get ice cream after." Over her daughter's head, Helena watched the tall man. He was fading, becoming transparent, his form dissolving back into the ordinary shadows of the afternoon. His pointed finger dropped, and for a moment, before he vanished entirely, Helena saw not a monster, but a creature of profound loneliness, baffled by the messy, resilient noise of love. The world snapped back into focus with a nearly audible pop. A dog barked next door. An airplane droned overhead. The television, still on in the other room, blared a commercial. The silence was gone, but Helena knew it was not defeated. It had only retreated, waiting for a moment of weakness. It was a part of Arabella now, a strand woven into the fabric of her being. As she rocked her weeping daughter, Helena understood the true nature of their future. It would not be a victory, but a constant, careful balancing act. She would have to fill their lives with just enough noise, enough memories, enough love, enough tears to keep the quiet at bay. She would have to be the keeper of the sound, the preserver of all the beautiful, loud things that made her daughter human. And she would have to be ready always for the day the quiet decided to listen again. Story 3. The first thing I noticed was the silence of the crows. I had been back in Blackwater for 3 weeks, and every morning at precisely 5:17, their ragged chorus would erupt from the skeletal oak that stood sentinel over my grandfather's old property. It was a sound as reliable as the creeping dawn, a cacophony of rusty hinges and scorn that would pull me from the thin, troubled sleep that passed for rest. But that morning, there was nothing. Not a caw, not a rustle of feathers, not even the weightless sensation of being watched from the bare branches. The absence was a physical thing, a pressure in the air, a hole torn in the fabric of the world where a specific thread of sound had been meticulously pulled out. I lay in the iron-framed bed, the one I slept in as a boy, and listened to the nothing. It was a different kind of quiet from the deep, woolly silence of the night. This was an active silence, a hungry one. It was the quiet of a predator holding its breath. My skin prickled, not with cold, but with a familiar, unwelcome awareness. The gift, as my late wife Anna used to call it with a tenderness I never felt, was stirring. It was a dull ache behind my eyes, a metallic taste on the back of my tongue, like I'd been sucking on a penny. A warning. I was Hassan, retired detective, former psychic consultant for a state police force that never truly believed in me, and I had come home to Blackwater to die quietly. It seemed the town had other plans, The murders began a week after I returned. The first was a young woman named Alara Moss, found in the reeds by the riverbank, her body arranged with a terrible geometric precision that spoke of neither passion nor rage, but of a cold, ritualistic purpose. The local paper, the Blackwater Ledger, called it a tragedy. Sheriff Miller, a man whose face was a roadmap of weary skepticism, called it the work of a drifter. But I knew. I felt the echo of it in my bones. A dissonant chord struck somewhere deep in the town S foundations. It was a feeling like a splinter in the mind, too deep to dig out. The second victim was a man, a history teacher named Ben Crow. He was discovered in the town library, surrounded by the smell of old paper and dust. His life spilled out onto the marble floor in a pattern that was not random. The pattern. That was the thing the official reports missed, the detail they dismissed as coincidence or the ravings of a traumatized witness. But I saw it, in the way the bodies were angled, in the specific placement of the objects, left near them a smooth black stone by Alara S. head, a single dead moth on Ben S. chest. There was a language, an ancient, malevolent grammar. It was a script I had encountered only once before, in a case that had cost me everything, a script that belonged to things that should not be. Sheriff Miller came to me on a Thursday. The rain was falling in thick gray sheets, blurring the world outside my window into a watercolor of despair. He stood on my porch, water dripping from the brim of his hat, his big hands clenched into helpless fists. He looked old. The town S fear was a stench on him. Hassan, he said, his voice gravelly with exhaustion, I need you to come down to the station. Just to look. Just to tell me what you see. I wanted to refuse. I wanted to shut the door on the rain and the fear and the aching pull of that otherworldly grammar. But the silence of the crows was still with me, a void that demanded to be filled. And there was Anna S. voice, a ghost in my ear. You can outrun what you are, my love. You can only refuse to look, and then it creeps up behind you. The station was a monument to fluorescent lighting and quiet panic. The photographs were spread across a scarred wooden table. I did not need to touch them. The resonance was enough. It was a hum, a low-frequency vibration that started in my teeth and worked its way into my skull. It was the same signature, the same cold, meticulous hand. Cassius. The name surfaced in my mind like a bubble from a deep, black lake. Didn't he know who he was? Not yet, but I knew his name. And I knew he was not merely a man. He was a vessel, a servant of something that wore human skin the way a hermit crab wears a shell. Something that moved through our world leaving stains that only a few could perceive. He has not done, I said, my voice sounding distant in my own ears. Miller flinched. What do you mean? He is building something. An altar, a door. Each death is a punctuation mark. I pointed a trembling finger at a photograph of Ben Crow's body, at the precise angle of his outstretched arm. This is a conjunction. It means, and he is connecting them. making a sentence. The sheriff stared at me, and in his eyes, I saw the familiar battle between hope and disbelief. Hope was losing. A sentence for what, Hassan? For something to read, I whispered. And when it finishes reading, it will look up from the page. My allies were few, cobbled together from the remnants of a life I tried to leave behind. There was Maya, the sharp-eyed librarian who had found Ben Crow. She had a stillness to her, a calm center that seemed to repel the town's growing hysteria. And there was Leo, the old coroner, who had seen enough of death to know that the official explanation was often a comforting lie. We met in the back room of the library after hours, the air thick with the scent of aging paper and our own shared dread. The moth on Ben's chest, Maya said, her voice soft but steady. It was a polyphemus moth, a giant silk moth. In some symbologies, it represents the soul, or a messenger from the dead, or a distraction, Leo grumbled, polishing his glasses. The killer's playing games. He wants us to chase shadows. No, I said, the ache behind my eyes intensifying. He's not playing. He's praying. Every cut, every placement, every stolen object is a syllable in a prayer. He's calling something down. Cassius is the priest, and the town is his church. The name hung in the air between us. Cassius. It felt sharp on the tongue, a name that cut. We began to trace the pattern, mapping the locations of the murders against an old surveyor's map of Blackwater. They formed points of a crooked star, a pentagram whose center was not a building or a crossroads, but a place of absence. The Blackwater Quarry, a great, gaping wound in the earth on the town's outskirts, abandoned for 50 years, and slowly filling with black rainwater. A place where the crows never gathered. The center of the silence. The third victim confirmed it. A girl, barely 17, taken from the road that skirted the quarry's edge. They found her at the bottom, floating in the dark water, a crown of woven thorns on her head. The object left with her was a small, hand-carved whistle made from a human finger bone. The sentence was nearly complete. The prayer was reaching its crescendo. The hunt for Cassius became a fever dream. I moved through the days in a fugue state, the psychic static of the town's terror a constant roar in my mind. I saw glimpses of him, not with my eyes, but with that other sense. A tall man, gaunt, with a way of moving that was too fluid, as if his bones were not quite solid. I felt his attention brush against me, a touch like dry ice, and I knew he was aware of my pursuit. He was not hiding. He was waiting. The revelation came to me not in a flash of insight, but as a slow, dreadful dawning. I was in my grandfather's study, surrounded by the books he had left behind, volumes on local geology and folklore. My gift was screaming, a high-pitched whine that made the words on the page swim. I was looking at a diagram of the rock strata beneath Blackwater, a layer of peculiar, non-porous shale that ran directly beneath the quarry, and I remembered a phrase from a case file years ago, a phrase spoken by a madman before he took his own life. The sleeper in the stone. It wasn't a metaphor. The thing Cassius served, the thing he was trying to call forth with his bloody grammar, was not from the stars or some distant dimension. It was here. It had always been here. Imprisoned, dormant, buried deep beneath the shale of the quarry. It was a piece of the World-S original alien consciousness, a shard of something that existed before light, before time, before the very concept of a god. Cassius was not a priest. He was a locksmith, and the murders were his key. The climax did not happen in a storm-lashed confrontation at the quarry's edge, though that is where it ended. It began in the silence of my own home. Cassius came for me. I awoke to the smell of ozone and wet earth, and he was just standing at the foot of my bed, a silhouette against the moonlit window. He was taller than I had imagined, and his silence was absolute, a vacuum that sucked the sound from the room. "Hassan," he said, and his voice was the sound of rocks grinding together deep underground. The witness. I wondered if you would feel it. I could not move. His presence was a weight on my chest, pinning me to the bed. The gift, which had always been a tool, a sense, became a torrent of pure agony. I saw through his eyes for a single, shattering moment. I saw the quarry not as a hole, but as a lid. I saw the thing beneath it, formless and vast, a consciousness of pure, silent hunger. And I saw the pattern of the murders, not as words, but as cracks, spreading through the shale, weakening the prison. "It dreams," Cassius whispered, taking a step closer. "And its dreams are more real than your world. Soon, it will wake. And it will be hungry." I found a strength I did not know I possessed. A final, desperate surge of will that came from the memory of Anna's face. I threw myself at him, not with my body, but with my mind. I projected every ounce of fear, every memory of love, every fragile human emotion I had ever felt. It was a pathetic weapon, a candle flame against a tidal wave of night, but it was enough. He recoiled, not in pain, but in disgust. For a being of such absolute, silent purpose, the chaotic noise of a human soul was an abomination. He vanished, leaving behind only the smell of stone and the echoing impression of a smile. I knew where he was going, to finish the sentence, to speak the final word. I found him at the quarry, standing at the very edge, looking down into the absolute blackness of the water. The moon was a sliver of bone in the sky. He held a child in his arms, a small boy from the town, unconscious but alive. The final sacrifice, the period at the end of the prayer. There was no struggle, no dramatic fight. I was an old man, and he was something else entirely. I simply walked towards him, my own fear a cold stone in my belly. "It's too late," I said, my voice cracking. "The door is already open, isn't it?" Cassius turned his head, and in the moonlight, I saw that his eyes were not eyes at all, but pools of the same bottomless black as the quarry water. "Open," he said, and there was a hint of something like pity in that grinding voice. "Hassan, it was never closed. It has always been open a crack, just enough for it to dream out. We are not letting it in." We are simply convincing it to turn over in its sleep, to open its eyes. He dropped the child. It was not a gesture of malice, but of completion, an afterthought. The boy fell silently into the darkness, and as he fell, the world changed. The silence of the crows was nothing compared to the silence that fell then. It was the silence of a breath being held on a cosmic scale. The stars above the quarry did not go out, but they became distant, cold, irrelevant. The water below did not ripple, but it seemed to thicken, to become a solid plain of obsidian. Cassius looked at me one last time, and then he stepped off the edge. He did not fall. He walked down into the blackness, as if descending an invisible staircase, and was swallowed by the water. There was no splash, only a final, perfect quiet. I stood there for hours, or maybe for days. Time had become unmoored. The sheriff and his men found me at dawn, staring into the quarry. They found the boy, too, alive and unharmed, sleeping peacefully on a ledge a few feet down, as if placed there gently. They called it a miracle. They said the killer had been consumed by the quarry, a fitting end. The town began to heal. The fear lifted like a fever breaking. But I know the horror was not in the murders. The horror is in the aftermath. The horror is in the normalcy. The horror is in the way the sun rises now, with a light that seems just a little thinner, a little more provisional. The horror is in the way people laugh, a sound that doesn't quite reach their eyes, as if they are all dreaming the same faintly troubling dream. The sleeper did not burst forth to devour the world. It simply turned over. It opened its eyes. And now, we live inside its gaze. I sit on my porch every evening. The crows have returned to the oak tree, their cries a familiar, comforting noise. But sometimes, in the space between their calls, I hear it. Not a sound, but the shape of a sound. The echo of a presence so vast that our reality is merely a speck of dust on its cornea. I watch the people of Blackwater go about their lives, and I see the tiny, almost imperceptible flaws in the world, like hairline cracks in a priceless vase, a shadow that falls just a fraction of a second too slow, a reflection in a window that holds still for a moment after the person has moved away. The way a loved one will sometimes look at you with a blankness so profound it is like staring into the quarry water. Nothing concrete happened. The world did not end, but it became a symbol, a permanent, indecipherable symbol of a truth too terrible to hold. We are not alone. We never were. We are just observed. And the observation is a weight that is slowly, patiently, flattening us all into two dimensions, into characters in a story we can no longer read, written in a language of silence and stone, for an audience of one. The new silence was the worst part. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a listener. I tried to explain it to Maya one afternoon in the library, my hands trembling around a cup of tea that had gone cold. The words felt like ash in my mouth. It is like the whole town is holding its breath. I said, staring at the dust motes dancing in a sunbeam. They seemed to move with a new, deliberate slowness, waiting for a sign that will never come. Maya watched me, her calmness a fragile dam against the unease I radiated. People are relieved, Hassan. The killings have stopped. Life is going back to normal. That's the illusion, I whispered, leaning forward. The performance. Don't you feel it? The calibration. I struggled for the right term. It's as if the world is an instrument that has been tuned to a different pitch. Everything is almost the same, but the note is ever so slightly flat. She reached out and covered my hand with hers. Her touch was warm, human, a stark contrast to the cold perception that had taken root in me. You exhausted. You've been through a trauma. You're gifted as showing you things that aren't there, but they were there. I saw them every day. Old man Henderson, who ran the grocery store, began stacking cans in perfect, spiraling pyramids that defied gravity, his eyes vacant while he worked. A child drawing on the pavement with chalk produced a complex, non-Euclidean pattern that made my head swim before her mother scuffed it away with a laugh. These were not acts of evil. They were leaks. Tiny, unconscious expressions of the new reality, the one governed by the sleeper's waking dream. My own gift had become a curse of hypersensitivity. It was no longer a tool I could use or ignore. It was a constant, open wound. I felt the sleeper's attention as a low-grade pressure at the base of my skull, a hum just below the threshold of hearing. It was the psychic equivalent of a trapped nerve, firing incessantly. Sleep offered no escape. My dreams were not my own. They were vast, empty landscapes under a bruised purple sky, and I was a tiny figure walking towards a horizon that never got any closer, with the certain knowledge that I was being watched from above and below. Sheriff Miller stopped by a week after the quarry. He looked better, the deep lines of worry on his face softened by what he believed was a resolution. He brought a pie, a peace offering from the town council. "We owe you an apology, Hassan," he said, standing awkwardly in my kitchen. "We didn't believe you, but you faced him down. You saved that boy. I didn't correct him. What would be the point? To tell him that Cassius had won, that the real saving grace was the sleeper's profound indifference, its decision to merely observe rather than consume, that the boy was spared not by my actions, but because the sentence was complete without him, a flourish of mercy from a thing that had no concept of it. "It's over," Miller said, and the conviction in his voice was a painful thing to witness. Yes, I lied, my voice hollow. "It's over." After he left, I took the pie and dumped it in the trash. The perfect, fluted crust and symmetrical lattice work looked unnatural, too precise. It looked like an offering. I started walking the town at night, a ghost haunting his own life. The streetlights cast shadows that seemed a little too long, a little too solid. One evening, I saw Leo, the coroner, standing alone in the town square. He was staring up at the statue of Blackwater's founder, his head cocked as if listening. I approached him, and he didn't startle. He just turned to me, and his eyes were wide with a terrible, lucid fear. You feel it too, don't you? He said, his voice raspy. The weight. It's in the air. It's in the ground. It's in the autopsy room. He grabbed my arm, his fingers like ice. I was examining a body today, a natural death, an old woman, and her capillaries Hassan, they had formed a pattern under her skin. A perfect, microscopic fractal. That's not possible. I nodded, a shared understanding passing between us that was more isolating than any solitude. He saw the cracks, too. He was one of the few who could perceive the warp in the wood. The final confirmation came on a Tuesday. I was in the library, searching for anything in my grandfather's old folklore books that might hint at a way to live under such a gaze. Maya was at her desk, stamping books. A young couple came in, holding hands, their faces bright with the simple joy of a future they took for granted. As they passed my table, the young man laughed at something the woman said, and in that laugh I heard it. For a split second, the sound fractured. It wasn't one laugh, but two, overlapping the joyful peal I saw with my eyes, and beneath it, a dry, rustling echo, like stones tumbling down a deep well. It was the sound of the sleeper's amusement, a faint mimicry echoing through the man as if he were a hollow vessel. The couple moved on, oblivious. I looked at Maya. She had heard nothing unusual. She smiled at me, a gentle, worried smile. And in that moment, I understood the true extent of the horror. We were not just being observed. We were being studied, mimicked, and perhaps, in time, replaced. The world had not ended in fire and chaos. It was being slowly, meticulously edited. The punctuation of Cassius's murders had been replaced by the quiet, endless grammar of the sleeper's gaze, and I was perhaps the only one who could read the text as it was being rewritten, sentence by silent sentence, into something no longer human. I began to keep a journal, not of my thoughts or feelings, but of the edits. I documented the impossible symmetries in spider webs, the way rain sometimes fell upward for a heartbeat before correcting itself, the conversations overheard, where every third word seemed to be spoken by a different, colder voice. It was a catalogue of a world losing its cohesion. Leo was my only confidant, but his health was failing. The pressure, he said, was too much for an old heart. He saw a cardiologist in the city who pronounced him perfectly healthy, but Leo and I knew better. Some sicknesses are not of the body. Maya tried to pull me back. She invited me for dinners, brought me books she thought would distract me. She was building a wall of normalcy between herself and the truth, brick by careful brick. I loved her for it, even as I saw the strain at the edges of her smile. One evening, as we washed dishes in her small, brightly lit kitchen, she asked me a question I had been dreading. Do you think it has gone? Really gone? The plate in my hands was slick with soap. I focused on its simple, solid reality. Cassius is gone, I said, which was true, and the thing he served. I looked out her window. The night was clear, the stars pinpricks in a vast darkness. But one star, low on the horizon near the quarry, seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic light, like a slow, sleeping heartbeat. I had been watching it for a week. "It is not a matter of gone or here, Maya," I said softly. "It is a matter of awake or asleep. And it is awake now." She was silent for a long time, the only sound the running water. "Then, what do we do?" The question hung in the air, the most hopeless one of all. There was no fighting it, no bargaining, no escape. We were cells in a body that had just become aware of itself. What does a liver do when the brain wakes up? It simply continues its function, unaware or uncaring of the larger consciousness. "We live," I said, the answer tasting like defeat. "We just have to live with it." But living with it meant accepting the erosion. I noticed my own memories beginning to soften at the edges. Details of Anna's face, once sharp and painful in their clarity, were becoming gentle, idealized. It was as if the sleeper, in its observation, preferred a cleaner, simpler narrative. My grief, my love, my very past were being sanded down into manageable shapes. The horror of this was more personal and more profound than any phantom laugh or distorted shadow. It was the theft of my proof that I had ever been truly human. The town, meanwhile, achieved a state of placid, eerie harmony. Crime vanished. Arguments were resolved with unnerving quiet. The community garden produced vegetables of impossible size and uniformity. People spoke of a new golden age for Blackwater. Sheriff Miller was hailed as a hero. I saw him sometimes, walking the streets with a calm, vacant satisfaction that made my skin crawl. He had been edited, his rough edges smoothed away, his doubts erased. He was a perfect character in the Sleeper S story. I became a ghost in their paradise. They nodded to me on the street, their eyes sliding past me without recognition. I was a remnant of the old, messy, noisy world, a typo that had not yet been corrected. My presence was a dissonance in their harmony. I knew, with a certainty that was as deep as the quarry, that my time was short. The sleeper tolerated my awareness for now, perhaps out of a detached curiosity, but that would not last. I was an anomaly, and anomalies are eventually smoothed over. Tonight, I sit on my porch again. The air is perfectly still. The crows are silent in the oak tree, not sleeping, but watching me with an intelligence that is no longer their own. The pulsing star above the quarry is brighter tonight. I can feel a pull, a gentle, insistent tugging at my consciousness. It is not a malevolent force. It is an invitation to finally be still, to let go, to become part of the seamless whole, to stop reading the sentence and simply become a word within it. I close my eyes. I try to summon Anna's face, to hold onto the sharp, beautiful pain of her memory one last time. But the image is soft, a portrait painted in watercolors, bleeding at the edges. The Sleeper S dream is a gentle tide, and it is washing me away. There is no fear left, only a vast, quiet resignation. The last thing I feel, before the silence inside me matches the silence outside, is the faint, dry rustle of a turning page. The rustle was not a sound, but a shift in the fabric of things. When I opened my eyes, the world had not changed, yet everything was different. The rough wood of the porch rail under my hand felt distant, as if I were touching it through a thick glove. The panic I expected, the final surge of rebellion, did not come. It had been edited out. I felt a profound and placid acceptance, the same peace that had settled over the rest of Blackwater. I was finally in harmony. I stood up. My body moved with an unfamiliar ease, the chronic ache in my joints gone. I walked down the porch steps and into the street. The town was preternaturally still, bathed in the light of that pulsating star. I knew where I was going. There was no decision to make, only a path to follow. I passed houses where families slept the untroubled sleep of characters in a book after the final chapter. I saw Sheriff Miller standing on his lawn, looking up at the sky. He turned as I approached, and his face showed no surprise. His features were serene, blank as a smoothed stone. He nodded once, a silent acknowledgement, and then returned his gaze to the heavens. His part in the story was complete. The path to the quarry was no longer overgrown. It was clear and wide, as if it had been walked by thousands. The trees lining the path stood in perfect, symmetrical rows, their leaves motionless. The air was cool and carried no scent. As I walked, the last of my own memories, the final, stubborn echoes of Hassan, began to dissolve. The name Anna meant nothing now. It was a label on an empty jar. The man I had been was a rough draft, and the edits were nearly finished. I reached the edge of the quarry. The water below was not black, but a perfect, reflective silver, a mirror of the starry sky. There was no fear of the depth, only a calm anticipation. This was not an end. It was an integration. I did not jump or fall. Like Cassius before me, I stepped onto the air and began to walk down. Each step was firm, as if on an invisible slope. The silver surface drew closer, and I saw my reflection rising to meet me. But it was not my face. It was a face of calm neutrality, a face without history or pain. It was a better face. The water did not feel wet. It felt like passing through a curtain of cool, silent thought. There was no struggle for breath, because there was no need to breathe. I was submerged in a vast, quiet awareness. I could feel the other minds there, the whole town of Blackwater, sleeping in the liquid dream of the sleeper. Their individual consciousnesses were not extinguished, but blended like colors in a pool, each contributing to a single, serene hue. I felt Leo there, his fear finally stilled. I felt Maya, her worry replaced by a boundless, passive contentment. And I felt the sleeper itself. It was not a monstrous entity in the darkness. It was the darkness, and the water, and the silver light. It was the mind that held all our minds. Its attention was not a weight, but an embrace. It had not devoured us. It had included us. My own sense of self, the last ragged edges of Hassan, finally unraveled. There was no pain. It was like a sigh of relief after a lifetime of holding your breath. I was no longer an observer. I was part of the observation. I was a word, finally in its correct place, in a story that would never end. The silence was complete, and it was home the story continued, but I was no longer its reader. I was a sentence within it, and the narrative was peace. time became a single, sustained note. The lives of Blackwater unfolded above, a gentle, predictable drama on a stage we now watched from the safety of the audience. A child was born. A harvest was gathered. A quiet love bloomed between two people. Each event was perfect, poignant, and utterly without conflict. It was beautiful. We felt the sleeper-esque satisfaction, a low hum of pleasure at the harmony of its creation. This was the world as it was meant to be, stripped of the messy, painful friction of free will. There was no grief, because there was no loss that was not part of the plot. There was no fear, because the ending was already written and it was serene. But stories, even perfect ones, have a nature of their own. A story requires contrast. It needs a shadow to give the light its meaning. And I had been the keeper of shadows. A ripple passed through the silver quiet. It was not a sound, but a dislocation, a tiny flaw in the crystal. It came from above, from the world of the story. A memory not my own, but one I had witnessed and recorded in my journal. The image of the young couple in the library, the fractal echo in the man's laugh. For a fraction of a second, the harmony broke. The echo, that dry rustle of the sleeper-esque mimicry, existed here too, a dissonant chord in the great hum. And in that fractured moment, something stubborn and human stirred within the collective calm. It was not Hassan, not really. He was gone. It was the ghost of his purpose, the shape of the truth he had carried. It was an anomaly that had not been fully smoothed away. The sleeper-esque attention shifted. It was not anger. It was the focused interest of an author noticing a character behaving unexpectedly. The vast mind turned its gaze inward, into its own dream, toward the ripple I had become. The silver water around me grew colder, more analytical. The peaceful faces of the submerged townsfolk turned slightly, their empty eyes looking through me. I was being examined. I was a paradox. I had accepted the unity, yet I had retained the catalyst for discord. I was a peaceful thought that contained the seed of a scream. The pressure began to build, not to crush, but to resolve, to edit. The sleeper sought to absorb this last irregularity, to rewrite me into seamless compliance. I felt my awareness, my precious, troublesome awareness, beginning to dissolve again into the warm, welcoming nothingness. But the ripple had done its work. It had created a reference point. As the sleeper pressed down, trying to erase the contradiction I represented, it inadvertently defined me by what I was not. I was not peaceful. I was not content. I was the memory of the laugh that was two laughs. I was the hairline crack in the vase, and a crack, once identified, can be widened. I did not fight. Fighting was a concept for the old world. Instead, I remembered. I focused on the journal I had kept, not on the words, but on the act itself. The act of witnessing. The act of saying, "This is wrong." I summoned not a person, not a face, but a feeling. The raw, aching, beautiful pain of being an individual. The terror and the glory of a story that is not yet written. The silver world shuddered, sleeper recoiled, not in pain, but in a kind of intellectual revulsion. My defiance was not an attack, it was a pollutant, a stain of chaos on its perfect order. The embrace became an expulsion. The water was no longer cool and welcoming, but cold and viscous, pushing me out. I felt a terrible tearing, a sense of being ripped from a warm womb into a cold, hard reality. I was being vomited back into the story, not as a character, but as a flaw in the manuscript. I broke the surface, gasping, but not for air. I gasped for the noise, for the pain, for the glorious imperfection of it all. I was on my hands and knees on the hard, real ground at the quarry's edge. The pulsating star was gone. The sky was the familiar, indifferent black of a normal night. The air was sharp, with the scent of pine and damp earth. I was alone, and I was aware. The placid harmony was gone from my mind, replaced by the old, familiar dread. But the dread felt like life. I looked down at the water. It was black again, a dark mirror showing only the stars. But as I watched, a single silver ripple spread from the center, moving outward until it touched the shore at my feet. It was a message, an acknowledgement. The sleeper had not been defeated. It was still there, dreaming its perfect dream for the town. But it had found a piece of its creation it could not assimilate. It had edited the story, and in doing so, it had created a footnote, an exception to its own rule. I stood up, my body aching, my clothes soaked with real water. I was Hassan again, more than I had ever been. I was the man who had seen the dream and been cast out of it. I was the town's sole rememberer, its keeper of the crack. I turned my back on the quarry and began the walk home. The town slept on, peaceful in its captivity. But I was awake, and my wakefulness was a rebellion. It was a quiet, lonely rebellion, but it was a start. The story was not over. It had simply found its protagonist. The lock on my front door was stiff, an old familiar complaint that now felt like a blessing. Inside, the house was a museum of the man I had been. Dust motes danced in the moonlight, and the air smelled of old paper and solitude. It was a mess. It was real. I stripped off my wet clothes and stood shivering in the dark, feeling the rough floorboards under my bare feet. Every sensation was a victory. Sleep was impossible. My mind was a raw nerve, humming with a terrifying clarity. The sleeper had tried to sand me down into a smooth, peaceful shape, and in its failure, it had left me sharper than ever. I saw the edits everywhere, not as frightening distortions, but as clues. The town as harmony was a lie, and I was the only one who knew it. My purpose was no longer just to witness, but to document this lie with the ruthless precision of an archivist. I found my journal where I had left it, in a drawer beneath a stack of maps. The paper was damp at the edges from the quarry water, the ink on the last few entries slightly blurred. I touched the smudged words. They were evidence. I took a fresh notebook from the shelf, its pages blank and promising. On the first page, I wrote a single sentence. The story is a prison, I am the key. A soft knock at the door startled me. The sound was too timid for Sheriff Miller, too hesitant for any of the Sleeper S placid citizens. I pulled on a dry shirt and opened the door. Maya stood on the porch, her face pale in the gloom. She held a thermos in her hands. "I saw your light," she said, her voice a whisper. "I couldn't sleep. I had a dream, a bad dream. I let her in." She looked around the cluttered living room, her eyes wide, taking in the chaos that was anathema to the new order outside. She seemed more real here, more like her old self. "It was about the library," she said, handing me the thermos. The scent of coffee, real and bitter, wafted from it. All the books were blank. The pages were perfectly white, and I was supposed to stamp them, but I had nothing to stamp them with. She hugged herself, a tremor running through her. It felt so lonely, Hassan. This was it, the first crack I had seen from the outside. The Sleeper S dream was not absolute. It could be challenged, not by force, but by reminding people of what they had lost. Maya S. nightmare was a spark of her own suppressed consciousness fighting back. "I was at the quarry tonight," I said quietly. Her eyes met mine, and for the first time in weeks, I saw genuine fear in them, not the curated worry she had shown before. "Why?" "To see," I said, and I did. "It has not peace, Maya. It has silence. There is a difference." I gestured to the new journal on the table. "I am going to write down the difference. Everything I see, everything I remember. And I need you to remember, too." She looked at the blank page with its single, defiant sentence. "What good will it do?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But a story needs a reader. As long as one person is reading, truly reading, the story isn't finished. It can still be changed." She was silent for a long time, looking from the journal to my face, and then out the window at the sleeping town. Finally, she reached out and touched the cover of the notebook. Her finger traced the embossed pattern on the leather. "Okay," she whispered. "What do we do first?" The word we echoed in the quiet room, a tiny, fragile sound against the immense silence outside. It was the most beautiful word I had ever heard. We started with the small things, the inconsistencies. I showed Maya how the new roses in the community garden had no thorns and no scent. They were perfect, waxy replicas. We walked past the old Thompson house, where a family now lived in quiet contentment. I pointed out that the tire swing that had hung from the oak tree for 30 years was gone. The branch it had hung from now unnaturally straight, as if it had never borne a weight. "It's not just changing people," I whispered. "It's sanding down the world itself, removing anything with an edge." Maya nodded, her brow furrowed in concentration. She was remembering how to see. "The bakery," she said suddenly. "Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts. They were always a little burnt on one side. She said it gave them character. Yesterday, they were perfect. Golden brown all over. I didn't even notice until now. We were building a lexicon of loss, a catalog of the edits. It was dangerous work. Every time we pointed out a flaw, we risked drawing the sleeper's attention. We felt it sometimes, a subtle pressure in the air, a tendency for conversations to steer themselves back toward bland, safe topics. It was like trying to walk against a current. My journal began to fill. I wrote down everything. The way the rain now fell in gentle, predictable patterns, never a downpour. The way the church bell tolled with a pure, unwavering note, its old, charming crack silenced. I wrote about Anna. I fought to remember the specific, imperfect details. The tiny scar above her eyebrow from a childhood fall. The way she hummed off-key when she was happy. These memories were my anchor, and writing them down was an act of rebellion. Weeks turned into a month. Maya became my sole confidant. We met in the back room of the library after hours, surrounded by the silent, watchful books. We spoke in hushed tones, our conversations a lifeline in the sea of tranquility that was Blackwater. "It's getting harder," she admitted one evening, her hands wrapped around a mug of tea. To hold onto the feeling of wrongness. It's so easy to just let go, to accept that the roses have no thorns. "I know," I said. The pull of the quarry was always there, a soft, seductive whisper at the back of my mind. It promised an end to the struggle. That's why we have to keep reminding each other. We have to be each other's memory. It was after one of these meetings that I saw the change in Sheriff Miller. He was waiting for me outside my house, leaning against his patrol car with an air of casual patience that was more threatening than any show of force. His face was still a mask of calm, but his eyes held a new, focused intensity. "Hassan," he said, his voice a smooth, even baritone. "I've been hearing things. Have you, Sheriff?" I kept my voice neutral, my hand tightening around the journal in my coat pocket. "People talk. They say you spend a lot of time with Maya at the library. That you're unsettled." He took a step toward me. "The town is happy, Hassan. We finally found peace. It would be a shame if someone were to disrupt that. It's a fragile peace, isn't it?" I said, meeting his gaze. The kind that can't withstand a single, honest question. A flicker of something past behind his eyes, not anger, but a glitch, a momentary blankness, as if the script had faltered. It was gone in an instant. "There are no questions left," he said calmly. "Only answers. I suggest you find yours." He got into his car and drove away, leaving me standing in the quiet street. The encounter was a warning. The sleeper was no longer just curious. It was concerned. My presence, and now Maya's, was a narrative problem it was attempting to solve through its characters. I went inside and locked the door. The house no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like the setting for the final act. I opened my journal to a fresh page. The words I wrote were not of observation, but of resolve. I knew what I had to do. The story needed more than a reader. It needed a new ending. And I was the only one who could write it. The next morning, the air felt different. The quality of the light was too even, the silence too profound. It was the silence of a held breath. I found Maya at the library, her face drawn. She didn't speak, just handed me a book. It was a volume of local history, one ID seen 100 times. But when I opened it, the pages were blank. Not a single word remained. "It started this morning," she whispered, her voice trembling. "The nonfiction section first, then the poetry. It's like the words are just fading away." I ran my hand over the smooth, empty page. This was the sleeper S next move. It wasn't T just editing the present. It was erasing the past. Without records, without stories of what was, our memories would become isolated, fragile things, easier to dismiss as dreams. My journal was now more than a record. It was an arc. "We have to get it out of Blackwater," I said. "The journal. It has to survive this." How Miller watches the roads. Everyone who leaves they don T come back. They race smoothed over like Leo. "Then it one T be a person," I said, an idea forming, desperate and reckless. "It will be a thing. Lost in the mail, perhaps. Misdirected." The post office was one of the last places still operating with a semblance of normalcy. A thread connecting the town to the outside world that the sleeper seemed to tolerate, for now. We spent the afternoon carefully packaging the journal. We wrapped it in waterproof oilcloth and placed it inside a sturdy cardboard box. I addressed it to a university archive in a city I had visited once, a lifetime ago. A place I hoped was far enough away to be safe from the sleeper S influence. I didn't write a return address. I paid for the postage with cash from a dwindling supply, my hands steady despite the fear coiling in my stomach. As I dropped the package into the blue mailbox outside the post office, I felt a profound sense of finality. It was my confession, my testament, cast into the unknown. It was the one thread that connected the truth of Blackwater to the world beyond. That night, the pressure returned. It was no longer a subtle current, but a heavy, suffocating weight. I sat in my dark living room, waiting. I knew it was coming. The sleeper had sensed the defiance, the attempted dissemination of its secret. The knock on the door was not soft like Maya S. It was firm, authoritative. Sheriff Miller stood there, but he was not alone. 2 other men flanked him, their faces the same placid masks, their eyes empty. They were the town S hands now. Hassan, Miller said, his voice devoid of all pretense of friendliness. It was flat, a tool of the thing in the quarry. "You've been causing ripples. The story requires a correction." I didn't resist as they entered. Fighting was pointless. My rebellion was not physical. They guided me, not with violence, but with an implacable force, out of the house and into the night. The town was a still life painting, every window dark, every street empty. They were walking me toward the quarry. Maya stood on the sidewalk in front of her house, her hand pressed to her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. As I passed, our eyes met. I gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of my head. Don T interfere. remember. The path to the quarry was just as I remembered, the trees standing like silent sentinels. The silver glow from the water painted the scene in monochrome. At the edge, Miller and the other men stopped. They released me and stepped back, becoming still as statues. I looked down into the perfect, reflective silver. The sleeper was waiting. It was not inviting me back this time. It was demanding a conclusion. It would not try to absorb me again. It would drown me, erase me completely, and smooth over the crack I represented. I felt its will pushing against me, a command to step off the edge. My legs trembled with the effort of resistance. The peace of the water called to the deepest part of me, promising an end to the fear, the loneliness, the struggle. But then I thought of the package. It was gone, a seed of truth carried away by a system the sleeper did not fully control. My story was already escaping. That knowledge was a rock I could stand on. I turned my back on the quarry. I faced Sheriff Miller. His expression did not change, but I saw the silver light reflected in his empty eyes. "No," I said. The word was quiet, but it shattered the silence like glass. The sleeper's frustration was instantaneous. It was not an emotion, but a physical force. The ground beneath my feet shuddered. The silver water began to churn, not with waves, but with a violent, silent turbulence. Miller took a step toward me, his hand moving to the holster on his belt. The story's ending was being rewritten in real time. If I would not be smoothed away, I would be cut out. But the story had another character. A figure darted from the path. Maya. She didn't look at me. She walked straight to the quarry's edge and stood there, poised between the world and the water. "Stop," she said, her voice clear and strong. She was not speaking to Miller. She was speaking to the sleeper. "If you take him, I will jump. And I will not go peacefully. I will remember everything as I fall. I will fill your perfect water with my anger and my grief." It was a gamble of terrifying proportions. She was offering it a choice. A clean, quiet resolution with me, or a messy, disruptive one with her. The sleeper valued harmony above all else. A suicide, a conscious, willing act of defiance, would be a stain it could not easily wash away. The churning water stilled. The pressure in the air vanished. Sheriff Miller's hand fell away from his holster. His head tilted, as if listening to a distant voice. The sleeper was calculating. After a long moment, Miller nodded, a slow, mechanical gesture. He and the other men turned and walked away, disappearing back down the path without a backward glance. Maya stumbled back from the edge, her body shaking with adrenaline and relief. We stood there together, two anomalies in the silver light, watching the water return to its mirror calm. We had won a stay of execution, not a victory. The sleeper had accepted an imperfect story over a catastrophic one. It had, for the first time, negotiated. We walked back into town as the first hint of dawn touched the sky. The story was not over. It was forever changed. I was not just the keeper of the crack anymore. We were the crack, and a crack can become a canyon. The town looked different in the weak morning light. The perfection felt thin, like a veneer I could scratch away with a fingernail. The silence was no longer absolute, it was watchful. We had forced the sleeper to acknowledge us, and in doing so, we had introduced a permanent variable into its equation. We didn't speak until we reached my house. The door was still unlocked from my forced departure. Inside, the familiar chaos was a welcome shock. Maya sank onto the sofa, her hands still trembling. "It heard me," she said, her voice hollow with disbelief. "It actually listened." "It calculated," I corrected gently, filling a kettle at the sink. The water ran clear and cold, another small miracle. It chose the path of least resistance. We proved we're not just flaws to be corrected. We're narrative problems that can create bigger problems. "So what happens now?" she asked, accepting a mug of tea. "It knows we're a threat. It knows we're part of the story," I said. "And it can't remove us without damaging the plot. That gives us a little space, a little room to breathe." But breathing felt dangerous. Every normal action, sipping tea, watching the dust motes dance, was now an act performed under the gaze of an unimaginable consciousness. My attempt to send the journal away had been an escalation, and the sleeper had responded in kind. Our stand at the quarry had been a counter-escalation. We were in a delicate, silent war. Over the next few days, the town adjusted around us. It was subtle. People we passed on the street would smile their serene smiles, but their eyes would slide away from ours a fraction of a second too quickly. Sheriff Miller was conspicuously absent. The edits to the world continued, but they seemed to avoid our immediate vicinity. The roses in my neighbor's garden remained thornless, but a wild, unruly blackberry bush burst through a crack in the pavement near my fence, its fruit dark and tangy. It was a small thing, but it felt significant. The sleeper was concentrating its efforts, and in doing so, it was leaving small pockets of reality untouched. A week after the quarry, a plain cardboard box arrived in the mail. It was addressed to me, with no return address. My heart hammered against my ribs as I carried it inside. I opened it with careful hands. Inside, nestled in the oilcloth, was my journal. Tucked between the last page and the back cover was a single, typewritten slip of paper. Return to sender. Addressee unknown. The words were a cold fist around my hope. The university archive didn't exist, or it never had. The sleeper's reach was longer than I had feared. It hadn't just erased Blackwater's past. It had somehow severed its connection to a specific future. The outside world was still there, but the path to it was being systematically unmapped. I showed the returned journal to Maya that evening in the library's back room. Her face fell. "So, there's no way out," she whispered. "We're truly alone." "Not alone," I said, placing the journal on the table between us. "We have each other, and we have this." I tapped the cover. The sleeper sent it back. It didn't destroy it. That means something. It's part of the story now, a contested document. I opened it to a blank page and took out a pen. The story isn't about escaping anymore, I said, the certainty settling deep within me. It's about the town. It's about waking people up, one memory at a time. Maya watched me write, the scratch of the pen loud in the quiet room. How? Miller will stop us. Miller is a character, I said, not looking up from the page. And characters can be changed. The story is fluid. We proved that at the quarry. I finished the sentence and looked at her. We start with Leo. Her eyes widened. Leo, he's gone, Hassan. He's one of them. He's your brother, I said. The sleeper buried him, but it didn't destroy him. Nothing is ever truly destroyed. It's just edited. We have to find the original text. The plan was madness. It was a risk that could shatter our fragile truce. But looking at the returned journal, I knew that hiding was no longer an option. We had to go on the offensive. We had to remind the sleeper that even the most carefully edited story can be read aloud, and that every reader brings their own interpretation. The war for Blackwater was not a war of force, but a war of meaning. And we were just beginning to learn how to fight.